8. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Calvo. Ms. Casal Munoz.
Vivian.
She's present. Ms. Garcia Robes.
Present.
Ms. Perez.
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Tumidor is absent. Mr. Zogby.
Present.
Madam President, you have enough members to conduct business.
Thank you. And can we please have the invocation?
Dear Lord, we pray for the city council and for the agenda set before them today. Please guide them in benefit of those who live and work in the city of Hialeah. Amen.
Thank you. Can we also now have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Calvo?
Place the flag, I pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Meeting guidelines.
The following guidelines have been established by the city council. All lobbyists must register with the city clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or placards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person, whether participating via the web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the city council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the city council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page. Members of the public may hear the meeting live through telephonic conferencing using any telephone or cellular phone service. A smart device or computer are not necessary to participate in the meeting if you join by phone. All persons participating via the web platform will be muted during the meeting until called upon to be heard. Participation through Zoom requires a computer or smart mobile device with a microphone and web camera. The participant may elect to participate in the meeting using audio only or appear through both audio and video. The video function of all participants appearing through video will be turned off until called upon to be heard.
Thank you so much. We have some presentations tonight, and there's 2 that are particularly not added to the agenda due to some timing issue that we had. So we will have 2 more than are listed. So let's start with item A in presentations.
You want me to read it? You want me to read it or you want to? Okay. The city of Hialeah recognizes employee Doris Guerrero of the Department of Parks and Recreation as Employee of the Year.
Please come, Doris, come up and members, congratulations. Members, as many of you know, we have been all year recognizing different employees from different departments, and so after a very heated competition, the judges have come together, and well, maybe it wasn't that elaborate. I'm sorry. And so we had selected Doris as our Employee of the Year, and we're so proud to have her. So there are prizes along with turtle wax. You would remember that, right? Turtle wax from you know how in all these contestant programs, departing gifts, you get turtle wax and all that. You get for a year's supply of, you get all that plus a plaque and a check of where you have to take the city council out to lunch or dinner or something like that. Okay. But more importantly, we're so blessed to have you. As I've said many, many times, we work in a space of buildings and what have you, but it's the people that make our city special. And we're blessed to have you. Okay.
Very happy.
And thank you for this recognition. And I'm proud of this work. I've been in Parks Recreation and it's part of my company, it's like a second family. So how many years?
Because the mayor hasn't said it, nobody has said it. So how many years? How many years? Oh, 17 years, awesome.
All right.
If we could read item E into the record.
Leslie Butelis of the Department of Parks and Recreation is presented with a certificate of appreciation for 2 years of service to the city as a member of the City of Hialeah Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees. Leslie?
On Tuesday, you're leaving?
Super majority, super majority.
All right, item C.
Ricardo Fernandez of the Hialeah Police Department is presented with a certificate of appreciation for 8 years of service to the city as a member of the Defined Contribution Plan Committee.
What are we doing, G? We're like celebrating that you're leaving. That's not nice.
Yeah. So this month is January, and when it was brought to my attention, I thought it was very important to have a proclamation made to in honor of our first responders for cancer awareness. And as we know, we have been affected by this in our own department in many ways. Our beloved Eric right now is battling this and winning. Obviously, look at that physique, look at that body and that hair. He's doing well. Mr. Eddie Rodriguez returned to work, believe today or yesterday. Today, we have our first responders that have been battling cancer. And we wanted to honor you all and let you know that we are here for you, for your families, to offer any kind of tools in order to make you better, to be here during your contract, to make sure that you are going to be serviced appropriately for your health. And we're here for you guys in all steps of life. But
I'll give you my.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so Eric, if you could stay here for 1 second. This is whereas first responders, including firefighters, law enforcement officers, paramedics, emergency management technicians who selflessly risk their lives every day to protect our community. And whereas the first responders are essential members of our community who are exposed to and are at higher risk of getting occupational cancer in the line of duty. And whereas cancer is the most dangerous and unrecognized threat to the life of our first responders. And whereas the first responders professional already come with a myriad of dangerous risks, additional awareness and support of the increased exposure to cancer is important to the safety of those who choose these professions. And whereas January will be recognized as First Responders Cancer Awareness Month to help provide all first responders with the necessary tools and guidance to develop life safety protocol for cancer prevention and to support a cancer diagnosis. Now, therefore, I, Esteban Bovo, on behalf of the Mayor of City of Hialeah, along with the City Council, on behalf of the people of this great city, do hereby proclaim this month, January 2023, as the First Responders Cancer Awareness. And it is signed by the 6 of 7, and it'll be 7 council members tomorrow, and the Mayor of Hialeah. And I want to always send a prayer and a shout out to all the first responders that are going through these difficulties, and all the first responders that have lost their lives because of the risk of their jobs. And we pray for them always. God bless you. God bless you, Eric. God bless you. We pray always for Eddie and make sure that he has all the tools necessary to come back to work. And today was his first day. God bless all of you. Thank you so much. Y ahora en español. Gracias.
no, oh, yes, yes, now, we're gonna go, yep. If I could have Parks and Rec come up to do their presentation.
Before, if I might, Madam President, before we allow Willie to go ahead and make his presentation, I know many saw perhaps a tweet about Yankee pitcher Nestor Cortez, who's a Hialeah native, who came out to do some training. He came out recently again after that and also did some training. And there was maybe some misunderstanding perhaps, and that's all it really was, a misunderstanding, okay? All of us that follow sports in general, all of us that follow particularly the Yankees or Nestor Cortez are very proud of the fact that he wears his Hialeah allegiance out and doesn't hide it, right? And he made statements during the All-Star game about the city of Hialeah. I mean, he's a promoter of the city, okay? And he's an ally of the city. And I've had the chances to meet with him and talk about what we are trying to accomplish. And, but there was something out there that was put in the air that I think is extremely important, because I don't philosophically disagree with something that he had said. You know, the parks, our parks have been built and paid for by residents of this city, right? And clearly, you know, the parks should be for the enjoyment of all of us, right? But there is a reality, a stark reality, which is maybe it's a good problem to have, is that there are many that want to be able to use that space. Historically, and not just in the city of Hialeah, but every park out there that may have a baseball diamond, a football field, or a soccer field are sought after. You know, baseball coaches look and scour all over the county to look for baseball diamonds so they could practice their teams. The same thing is happening with soccer. The same thing is happening with football. The same thing is happening with any organized sport, basketball. We're always out there. All of us that have coach are always out there looking. Our park director and our park leaders, okay, understand that because they've been all raised in our park program. They get it. And they try to work not only revitalizing and recapturing and making sure that our parks are once again something of pride for all of us. And they do it because they've lived the park experience. They do it because they care deeply about the park experience. And, you know, and so any kind of thought that somehow or another we restrict people from using our parks or they're not welcome, we got to put brakes on it right away. But a misunderstanding, and that's all it was. But our park program is for anybody to go out, whether it's to do a picnic, whether it's to, you know, to play catch, because that's how we all grew up. And nothing's going to change. But the reality is that we also need to accommodate a lot of those that are out there that are renting space to coach our kids, by the way, And without that dynamic, you know, you have to then close parks on weekends. You have to restrict hours. It's just a stark reality. And this is across the board. Every park program I've seen, whether it's in the county, whether it's in Hialeah Gardens, that's just a reality of it, okay? And you know, but I do want to understand that what we are trying to achieve in our park program is a level of engagement that goes just beyond sports. You've heard me talk about, I want flamenco festivals, food festivals, domino festivals, whatever we're doing to expand the programming in our parks so people could use our parks that quite honestly have been built around neighborhoods. So you have these mini central parks all over our city. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we all are on the same page. I know many of you had communicated with me over the last couple of days. I've been in communication with Nestor's folks. In fact, we tried to schedule a call today, but we just couldn't get it done. But we've been in communication because we're all like-minded. We love our park programs. We love the city of Hialeah. And there is no misunderstanding. There is going to be an effort for that, that we all collaborate. I want Nestor to bring some of his major league friends to come and train in the city of Hialeah also. And that's only going to promote our city long-term. Okay, so I just wanted to put that out there before we let Willie go ahead and make his presentation.
Thank you, Willie. And I believe you have something that you're going to display as well, right?
Yes, we do. And just to echo the mayor's thoughts, the most difficult part of all this the past few days is for us to restrict anybody. That's not our intention ever. And that's why we're here, to open up the parks, like the mayor said. I've said that it was difficult, a couple of days, but we're doing a lot of good things. And that's why we're here. We're going to share the news, what's been done and what's going to happen in the coming months. So when we met with the mayor, myself and Michael, we received a guiding principle, marching orders, a vision. And that's what we, and Mikey's really good at taking notes. We have shared this with every employee. We met with every employee one-on-one, part-timers and full-timers. We shared this vision with every employee. We want all the parks to be accessible for everybody, no matter your age, interests, or ability. The park is to be open for everybody. When we came on board, and there's two sections there, you'll see the old section and new section. I'll start with the old section. The city was running recreational programs, minimum programs, programming through field rentals.
I'm sorry, Willie, can you put the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Programming through field rentals, Monday through Friday operation, sports-heavy programming portfolio, limited parent involvement, and narrow rec bubble, which that means that we only think about sports. Parks has to be a lot more than sports, which the mayor has mentioned, festivals, and we'll go through them in a minute. You'll see them in the report. But parks should be multi-use, multi-program. So that's what that rec bubble means. We want to change that mentality, and I believe we're doing so. So what has happened in the last 8 months? The city has become stronger, running their recreational programs, programming through partnerships, 7 days a week programming, multi-generational, multi-interest. Multi-generational means kids, adults, and youth, and seniors. So everybody's included in our plan. Parent volunteerism, we want the parents to be involved in our parks. We want to volunteer. And partnerships that align with the city's core values beyond corporate partners. We're talking about working together with the police department, fire department, other cities, other organizations, Miami-Dade College. Tomorrow we have a kickball game. They challenged our city to a kickball game. So we're bringing all these partners in order to carry out the mission. In a leadership role within the city administration, parks are very, very important to any city. And like Ismati has coined, parks are the front porch of our community, of this community. So that's a very important mark to stand out and to acknowledge, because parks are the first thing that people see. First place during COVID, everybody went to the parks because it was an escape for them. So during the COVID time, parks was again in the forefront of what's going on in parks and recreation nationwide. So programming accomplishments. We have opened up parks 7 days a week without increasing staff counts or fiscal impact. So we're now open every day of the week, giving an opportunity for the parents to come and see their kids play their games and so forth. Realignment of recreational sports to fit an intercity league play. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. Added a second youth basketball league season. Purchase new equipment for our rec rooms. Reactivate Cotson Gym with play boxing. This is a gym that was closed for 10 years and just reopened a couple of weeks ago. A program that's going to serve the youth, the adults, and the seniors. Finalizing agreement with beach tennis at Goodlette Park. Adult programming, Zumba, yoga, play boxing, beach tennis, and more to come. Installed 4 portable pickleball courts at McDonald's Park and at Babcock Park. Introduced Start Smart program for the young kids, 3 to 5. This program is going to change the way we look at parks. We're going to get the kids before they get into the gaming side. We're going to get them early and teach them what parks have to offer. Expanded rentals at McDonald's Park to Sundays. Brought back synchronized swimming, which was an award-winning program for many years. Shifted EPI back to intervention and also received a $50,000 grant from the county. EPI is very dear to my heart. We did many good things and it's coming back. Happy to say that this is the biggest enrollment we've had in the past 2 years. We have 27 kids signed up, and we're a long ways to go, but we're getting there. And you'll see the impact the program's going to have not only at the parks, but also in the internship level. Introduce the Hialeah Farmers Market. Like the mayor said, we need new programs. The Hialeah Farmers Market, it's also going to open up a window for a social district. So stay tuned, that's coming. Streamline the rental process for McDonald's Park and advertising in schools. This is very important. The school board has opened their doors to us. So that means we have flyers in all the schools. We share with the principals directly. And now we're working on doing a job fair at Hialeah High. So the school board, it's a very key component of what we're going to do and what we're going to do moving forward. We need to get the kids back in the parks. We need to get the parents back in the parks. And that's a message board for us. We're pending district approval. So it's coming. We'll let everybody know. It's going to be a hiring event for part-timers. We're also working on another on-the-spot hiring where, obviously everybody's starting with staff. So it's an issue that goes beyond our department. So we're going to try to address that with the school board and the kids, get them involved in our programs. Just like me, I came out of high school and many of our employees came out through the parks. So it's very important to bring that back. We're launching an adult volunteer program to give the opportunity for the parents to coach their kids at the parks, give us an extra boost and manpower, produce low-cost teacher planning day camps, the first Northwest State Intercity League tournament. And this is something the mayor asked us to do, unite the cities around us. I'm happy to say that we have 10 cities on board and more news to come soon. I'll let the mayor share that news soon with everybody. But this is going to change the way we view our games, our interaction from city to city. It's going to give an opportunity for the kids to go out and play against other kids from other cities. Example, Doral, Miami Gardens, Miramar, just some of the cities are involved in this league. Revamped our summer program. We're going to go to a camp-based profile. Reestablishment of our cultural and arts program at Goodlet Park. Expanding hours of operation at Mylander Aquatic Center for lap swimming, which starts at 5:30 in the morning.
Wow,
Yeah, we're going to get our adults back in our pools.
good.
There was a time that we had 600 swimmers at Mylander, and that's another goal that we have, and we're going to bring it back. Just a matter of time. Launched online registration. Ricky and I and the team are working diligently to get that done. Shifting programming model from rentals towards partnerships. You'll see a lot of that news coming soon. Using our current renters and bringing those programs on board so they reflect our values and we have a better control who's out there and who's using our fields. Finalizing our agreements with the Miami-Dade public school system and community bike rides, something that I tried to get done here before I left. And I was fortunate to, I landed at Miami Lakes and I was fortunate to launch it there, and it's coming here to Hialeah soon. And we're going to have community bike rides. We're training our staff. We're working along with the police department to get their staff on trained as well. And soon you'll hear some news about community bike ride. We have some areas in mind, and once we got better direction, once we get the direction from the mayor, we'll announce that. Martial arts, tennis, arts, music, STEM, and other programs to come. Like we've been saying all along, parks have to be more than sports. They have to provide a space for people to have a reading club, to have a fair, to have a farmer's market, which we already have launched. Parks, rental space for inside the park. So all these things are coming. And like, when we started doing this list, Michael and I sent him a list, and when he sent it back to me, it was doubled. You see the size of this. It's amazing how much work we've done so far as a group, as a team, the whole city, and more to come. I want to turn it over to Mikey. I want him to brief you guys where we are operationally with the improvements we've done in the facilities. Michael?
Good evening. Part of increasing access to our parks, one of the biggest issues that we encountered on coming in is a lot of our parks, the lights didn't work. If the lights don't work, people don't come to the park. So in the last 7 months, we've addressed significant lighting issues at 10 facilities, including Mattingly Park, which we finished today with help of the construction and maintenance department. And that's part of increasing access. We've seen attendance increase in these facilities as soon as the lights are fixed. We've also addressed parking lots. So it's not just the sports lights, but the parking lot lights. Part of this has been a team effort with other departments. We've teamed with streets, IT, construction, planning, and special events on several projects. One of the bigger projects that we did was rehabbing all the entrance monuments across the city for the holiday displays. We were able to turn that around with these departments participating in less than 2 weeks
Wow.
to prepare them for the holiday lighting. You know, we've improved the service from the landscape contractor. We sat him down very early in the process and we expressed what we wanted to improve. And he expressed some of the give and take that, you know, we needed to discuss, and we came to a happy medium, and service has increased tremendously since then. So the parks look manicured, they look clean, weed-free, trees are trimmed, palms are cleaned up. We began a reforestation project. In the past 3 months, we've planted 60 trees. We're planning to plant another 120 before May, and that is all through grant money. We just received, along with, again, a joint partnership between Parks and Streets, we received $99,000 from the Miami-Dade County. I'll round it up to $100,000 that we're going to be able to plant trees, not just in the streets, but at the parks. So we're going to we've already hit Cotton, the front of Babcock. We're going to hit the back of Babcock. Goodlet, we're pretty sure we're going to have some extra money at the end of the project, and we're going to hit additional parks throughout the city. So this is a multi-year process to reforest our parks, but it's already starting to make an impact at the facilities that we have made those improvements. We started, as in the spirit of openness and access, we started removing a lot of fencing throughout the parks that were acting as barriers between either the neighbors and their park or the park users within the parks. So we've removed a lot of sign pollution as well, a lot of repetitive signage, which small things like that add up, and it improves the overall experience for the user, especially the fencing portion of it. For the first time, working with the finance department, we developed a 5-year capital plan, which now with the new construction and maintenance director, Jorge, we're going to be able to fine tune even further into future upcoming fiscal years. And we'll be able to apply for grant money from the state, FERDAP, LWCF to fund a lot of the deferred maintenance across the parks. And that's one of the things that we've done is we've shifted away from focusing on newer amenities and kind of rehabbing the infrastructure that we have, because as the mayor and Willie mentioned, we have a lot of unique amenities in the city that other cities wish they had. They just need some TLC. We've also, at some of the facilities, including Casas Park and at Sparks Park, we've rehabbed the inside and the outside of the buildings to make them more inviting for our residents. Future projects that we'll be working on over the next few months, we need to keep addressing the lighting issue. I wish we would be done with it, but it's not. It's a significant issue that we're addressing, including moving away from older technology and going to LED, which will lower our energy costs and our maintenance costs long term. We're in the process now of bidding out citywide landscape services, which will encompass all city properties instead of just parks. We are refreshing a lot of our big amenities. So McDonald Water Park, when we open up in the spring, you're going to see a new look that's going to improve the experience for the residents. As a signature facility, later in the year, we're going to start with Goodlet. And we've had really good success with basically following special events with their events. Right before an event, we'll throw a crew and we'll throw a couple departments at a park, and we'll be able to flip it in a couple weeks. And we've seen a great change in that. And on Sunday, you'll see that at Walker Park. The first dog park in Hialeah is on its way. We're currently in bidding for the fencing. I have some of the equipment already. So at Goodlet Park, we'll have the first dog park that is run by the city of Hialeah. We're very excited about that. The residents are very excited about that. I think I hear more about that than any other project that we've talked about. And then it's just continue our beautification projects throughout the city, highlighting our signature facilities with these beautification projects, and completing an assessment of the infrastructure and needs of all our buildings, which we've been working with hand in hand with Jorge from Construction and Maintenance to continue to fine tune our list of our needs. And like I mentioned earlier, is start applying for grants that are going to fund some of these multi-million-dollar investments that the city, we're going to have to make over the next few years to bring the parks back up to where we know they should be. With that, we thank you.
Thank you.
If I can, how long have you guys been here in the city? How many months of work is that list?
8 months.
So in 8 months, about how many bullets did we discuss today? I think a little bit more than that, to be honest with you. It's impressive that in such a short amount of time, this team has made such a ripple effect in our parks. And I think that one small tweet, one small PR move can try to silence all the work that's been done, not only by you, but by each of our park managers and our staff that's here every day, making sure that we bring these services. So I want to focus on that. I'm so happy that the mayor and you have brought this before us to discuss, because we need to highlight all the good work and effort that you guys have brought to the city. So thank you for really showing us in black and white. And it's impressive. It's impressive that it's not only been a labor of sports, but like you said, we've done STEM programs, we've done canopy work, we've improved our lighting, which is very expensive. And everything that you've mentioned has a dollar amount tied to it. So I think that when you're on the outside, you don't really know what it takes to put forth these programs, right? And something as simple as what they said, having a parent volunteer program, that's how my brother played baseball. My dad volunteered our whole life being his t-ball coach, his pony coach, right? And parks save money with that, with parent involvement, because you're not paying a coach. So something as simple as that helps, right? Unify families together, but it also helps the park in return to use those funds in other aspects. So thank you for highlighting that. And I hope that we learn, right? We learn from everything that's negative. We have to take a grain of salt from that, and maybe whether it's highlighting, I know this is something we discussed, highlighting now these points with our staff, I think was great. Maybe we needed a little bit of a workshop. Everyone now knows the rules and what to say and what not to say. So thank you. Thank you. I think we're open to talking to Nestor, and I think that's something that we're working on. But I appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work and effort.
Madam
Really.
Chair, if I could just add, I wanted to thank the members of the city council, all of you, I know have used our park programs, used the parks. All of you have been communicating with me about the things that you'd want to see in our parks. So, I can tell you, I have a lot of confidence in the team that's there. The men and women that make up this department, I think there's a pride factor involved. We made a mission, and we are on a mission to try to bring recreational sports and try to identify the same problems that we're having here with rec sport are happening in other cities. Travel components have cannibalized what used to be a very robust programming. And the way we're trying to work around this, and Willie already mentioned 10 cities, is that imagine if kids from Hialeah could go and play basketball or baseball, soccer, flag football against kids from Opa-locka. And if kids from Miami Lakes could cross over and play, kids in Doral and create this regional programming that's just going to grow in its nature, and, many of us that grew up around sports knew that the leagues that we played in was the area that we would make friends, lifelong friendships. And then if you erase that, and then we all deal with the same thing. Every one of you have dealt with a parent that's told you, my kid's all day long on a device at home, and then they say, well, there is no programming. And that's just not the case. We just need to highlight. And the last thing I would add is that we need to also do a better job of promoting what we're doing. Sometimes we don't do it. And then we get a story that comes out about this happening, and yet let's erase everything else that's going on. And I want to make sure, and I'm going to do whatever I can on my end to make sure that we highlight the work that they're doing in the parks program. It's the only fair thing for them. And I think it's very important for those residents that absolutely feel like I pay for these parks. They're my parks. I want to be able to use them. Well, heck yeah, you could use them. We want you to use them and accommodate all those others that want to to participate.
Through the
Thank
chair.
all of you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make sure, because I don't think it was mentioned in the slide. When we do have the parks rented, let's say for an example, that we have 3 fields, there's always going to be a minimum of 1 field left available for the public, even though field 1 and 2 are rented, fields 3 will always be available to the public. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, no, you're not. So there's always space available. Some of our fields are multi-purpose. So if there's a baseball that's within a multi-purpose field, yeah, the baseball, we can't play baseball, but infield work, diamond
Yeah.
work, as long as it's
True.
not a danger to the people outside the diamond area, they're welcome to use it.
So
Okay, so during partnership and during that field rental, we will always have an available space for the public. And like we had mentioned, maybe this is something we could display at the park for the public to come by to see what days, something's available, or when some fields are taken, just for their knowledge. Maybe that's something we could work on to have some kind of visual
Good.
in the future. And but I think that's fantastic. I think that, thank you for doing that. Did you
Yeah,
want
sorry.
to add something,
Yes,
Councilman? Yes, you're
sorry.
recognized. Go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair, and I was trying to get, Michael, I know you were leading those conversations today with particular groups that have the interest of whatever, where they're, I'm not trying to say the person's name, that's why. So I know you were having one-on-one conversation with people that are renting our parks, so you can bring back to them understanding what limitations they have. So I want to thank you for leading that. I know you were actually talking to those vendors, Monica, and trying to see if we can just everybody coexist in one. So thank you. And we'll talk after that. And something else I wanted to mention, Willie, you mentioned something, is the Pride of Hialeah. When I'm hearing you, I mean, every department mayor, from the special event, from streets, everybody, every time we had these meetings, we walked through from finance, everybody wants to be get the parks up and running. And that tells you the pride of Hialeah. So thank you, every single department, we're all rooted. So thank you very much for working as a team, streets, doing your thing over there, trying to get good lit back in the track. So thank you, and I appreciate that. That just tells you the environment of the entire city, trying to get back to where we at the levels. Thank you.
Thank you,
Through the chair.
Councilman. Yes, you're recognized.
Woody, you were going to say something by all
I
means.
was going to say, just to add to the councilman's statement, last week,
Sorry.
I was privileged to see 3 departments working together
Yeah.
at McDonald's Park. We had construction out there, we had Parks and Rec, and we had Streets Department.
And Chief, thank you. Every single park has a police officer. I see it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Another thing we have added, we have police presence at every meeting that we have, every manager's meeting. It's important that our staff has the opportunity to speak to their command and just share what's going on. in
But as our
parks.
president said, we do a good idea about us, the public knowing what's going on. And as far as social media, whatever needs to be done so they can see where the access are to the parks. I think the mayor mentioned that today too. So pretty much just so the public can know what's going on, what parks they could use. And as far as all the recreation I'm only one person, but I can tell you, it'll be awesome to have that. Okay. Is that what you're saying, Monica?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just want to say one more thing. I want to thank all the staff in Parks and Rec. And I know we keep mentioning this, other departments. We're all working together. It's a beautiful thing to see everybody working as a team again in Hialeah. I was here for 24 years originally, and it's just great to see that environment come back strong, like we're showing now. And it's going to take that type of teamwork to bring back our parks and our city in general. So thank you. And just one last thing. I know I've talked to you guys individually about this. For Michael and I, this job is a labor of love. Even though we need a paycheck, we have 5 girls between us that we got to maintain. But this is a labor of love for us. Mikey's family was an original family here in Hialeah in 1926, right, Mikey? 27. And I was born in Hialeah Hospital. Hialeah has been very good to me. Besides my parents, well, God's blessed me with my wife, which I met here in Hialeah. She worked at Bucky Dent Park, and I worked at Sparks. So again, this is a labor of love for us, and we're committed to make things right. And thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair.
Councilwoman, did you want to?
Thank you. Yes, I did. I wanted to let you know that the parks are the most important thing in the city of Hialeah for the simple reason that when they incorporated the city of Hialeah, they made sure that within 4 to 5 block radius from every elementary school, there was a community park where the kids were able to leave the elementary schools, and we were one of them. Your father, George, definitely was. And we would leave our elementary schools, walk to the park, and we would be taken care of by park staff. Nobody had to sign anybody in. Nobody had to know anything. We were obviously a lot less students, but they remembered if we're there. If I was there without my sister, they would say, what happened to your sister? Why didn't you go to school? Where is she? And we were raised by being park rats. But one of the things that I want to thank you for everything that you're doing with the parks and every department that gets involved with the parks. The EPI program is very important to me, and I think it saves the kids for the future. I want to make sure that it is being run as it's supposed to be run for the at-risk youth. Are we doing that with the new EPI programs?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you
we
very
are.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And the other thing that I wanted to make sure is that when we have something like tomorrow, we have a kickball competition, a kickball game. I really would like for the council to know who's in the game, what are we doing? Make sure that we have the opportunity to participate as well. Because those are things that are part of the community that make us whole and make sure that there's no division between absolutely anybody in the city, that everybody knows that was there. I found out through somebody from the newspaper that called and asked me about the kickball, and I had to refer them to the Parks Department because I didn't have sufficient information to give intelligently information for the event tomorrow. So I would really appreciate if we would have information given out to the council, whether it's through the clerk's office or not, to make sure that we know what's going on with the parks so we could show up for that. But thank you very much for everything that you've done. And are you sure your family's been here since 1927? Because your grandmother looks very, very young to be here since 1927. So anyways, thank you very much for everything.
Through the
Thank
chair.
you. Yes, you're
Just
recognized.
a really quick question. What's the status of the tennis courts at Goodlet? Because I've been meaning to play, but I haven't circled back.
Okay, so tennis courts are open for free
Okay.
play.
Okay.
We don't have a provider yet. Before I left, we had a provider providing services for adults and kids. We're going to RFP that out soon.
But basically anybody can just go and play.
It's open,
It's
yes.
open.
Yes, sir.
And then at some point we'll have,
And soon, Michael's been tasked. We have 6 pickleball courts in there too.
okay.
So we'll have 10 courts for tennis, right, Mikey? And 6 pickleball courts. But it's
Councilman-
open.
It's open.
It's open.
Okay. And
And
is there like a time frame? I'm sorry. Like they shut off the lights at some point or
The park closes at 9 PM.
at 9 PM? Okay. Thank
Are
you.
the park, is Oakland Park, I'm sorry, is Oakland Park tennis courts open?
It's actually
Okay.
very heavily used as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Quinn, we
okay.
have a crew that goes there almost every day to play
Okay.
tennis.
So Mr. Mayor, Councilman Calvo, we're trying to recruit that tennis guy from another city right now. Seriously, undercover.
I know,
No, not anymore. And now it's on public record.
We don't know what city it is.
and now I've seen that the pickleball has gotten big fame.
So
Many people are using it in the city. I know that at
We don't know
McDonald's
what city.
Park, we have tournaments going all the time. So it's catching on.
So this morning, pickleball, there's gonna be nationally televised games this weekend. I heard it in the news this morning. So pickleball is taking off.
From Hialeah.
No,
No, no.
From the Hialeah Fire
Wow.
Department, from the Hialeah Fire Department, the pickleballs.
By the way, the fire department has a brand new pickleball court. So
Hey,
we gotta talk to the chief.
You're not supposed to find out about that.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it. We have a
Thank
few
you,
more
thank
items,
you.
so I'm gonna keep it moving. We have item D from presentation from the Law Department.
Presentation by James Ferraro Jr. of the Ferraro Law Firm discussing the decision to participate in the multi-district litigation to recover damages resulting from contamination caused by the use of PFOA and PFO from the use of aqueous forming foam referred to as AFFF to suppress or extinguish fires by the Hialeah Fire Department against the manufacturers of AFFF and other products containing AFF. Further seeking approval to retain the firm of Ferraro Law Firm PA on a contingency fee basis, subject to agreement on the terms of engagement.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you so much. I'm actually not James Ferraro. My name is Frank Casada, and I am with the MSP Recovery Law Firm. So, Mr. Mayor, Madam President, Vice President, council members, and city attorney, thank you so much for the time. The MSP Recovery Law Firm is partnering.
I'm sorry, can I have it a little bit more quiet in the chambers, please? Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
So the MSP Recovery Law Firm has partnered with the Ferraro Law Firm in this matter. I'm going to introduce the matter, talk a little bit about the firms, and then I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Ferraro to walk through some of the details as he's one of the attorneys leading this matter in the country. So as we call it, the multi-district litigation known as the fire foam matter. It is an issue that has affected cities all over the country. As we sit here right now, there are roughly 8,000 cities and firefighters that have sued a number of different companies that manufacture this product. 3M being one of those, but there are many others involved. This kind of situation, firefighters in many municipalities will not just use water when they're turning out fires, when they are in a training session or practicing. They will use these fire foams. It turned out, it was proven that the chemicals in these foams, the fire foam, has PFAS contamination. Mr. Ferraro will dive into the details. The MSP Recovery Law Firm, we are located in South Florida. We have about 35 attorneys down here. We are involved representing thousands of individuals all throughout the country when it comes to pollution, issues of drugs, and medical devices causing cancer or other dangerous and deadly side effects. The Ferraro Law Firm has been around for close to 40 years, and they are some of the top attorneys in not only South Florida, but throughout the country in a multi-district litigation, as you all know from the opioid matter. There are going to be thousands of attorneys representing thousands of municipalities. They all go in front of one judge. That one judge only has so much time. They cannot speak to thousands of attorneys. So a judge will select 10 to 15 attorneys to represent all of those thousands and thousands of entities that are bringing these lawsuits. Mr. Ferraro is one of those attorneys that has been selected onto the leadership of the matter because, again, the Ferraro Law Firm is one of the powerhouse law firms in the country. So is MSP Recovery Law Firm. We work on many cases together. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Ferraro to dive into the details of the matter.
Thank you, Frank, and obviously always making me feel a little vertically challenged. Thank you all, Council, Mayor, Attorney Bravo, for the opportunity to be here this evening. Frank gave you a little bit of background about our firm, but to expound on that a little bit, we also have experience representing other municipalities such as Palm Beach County, San Juan, Puerto Rico, and various others. Our firm's also responsible for some of the largest jury verdicts in the state of Florida, as well as some very monumental appellate decisions. We're headquartered in Brickell Avenue, and as Frank said, we've been around for almost 40 years. So just by way of example, these are two claims that would be brought in this case: the claim of strict products liability and negligence. And I also want to highlight this to expound on our appellate practice, because these are two cases that underpin these two claims, and there are cases here in Florida. So let's dive into what PFAS chemicals are. These are man-made chemicals that have been used for decades in industrial settings and in the production of thousands of household items and goods that are heat resistant, stain resistant, or designed to repel water or oil. This chemical has been found in the blood of approximately 97% of the US population. Some studies have that over 99%. And they also bioaccumulate. They stay in the body for sometimes 5 to 6 years. Just to put that in perspective, your average pharmaceutical drug exits your body within days or weeks. And within the environment, these are highly mobile, and they do not degrade in the environment. They stay around for thousands of years, and you may have heard them dubbed as forever chemicals. They're also costly to remove, and I'll discuss that a little bit later. And as Frank said, the litigation at issue is the aqueous film forming foam, AFFF, or firefighting foam. That is Class B foam that's used for highly flammable liquid fires. So car accident, cars on fire, fire departments using AFFF. There's an aircraft fire, you're using AFFF. Or a petroleum fire in any way, shape, or form, you're using AFFF. There's some items here, some other examples of products in which you can find PFAS chemicals. But as I state here, it's most problematic in AFFF. Why? Because it's used in the largest amount and the highest concentration. These are just some examples of PFAS-related injuries. The first two, obviously the most problematic, kidney cancer and testicular cancer. And there is science coming out on this every day. I'm subscribed to Google Scholar for various keywords related to this, and my email inbox is full every day from new studies coming out. In the litigation, these are some of the 6 primary defendants, with the first 2 being the top targets, 3M and DuPont. They were the first to manufacture this chemical going back to the 1950s and have been using it in various ways since that time. They are in Europe too, and frankly, all over the world. Asia, it's still a big problem. It's still being used. They've been phased out. 3M has phased them out, but because they're forever chemicals, you're still going to find them in the environment. And 3M actually has agreed to no longer use it in any products, even though they said they stopped using it in 2002. They said recently that they're going to stop using it in 2025. But to answer your question, yes, they're used all over the world. Yes. So where is PFAS a problem in Hialeah? And again, Frank alluded to this, but this is not a problem that's unique to Hialeah. This is happening all over the country. Miami-Dade Water and Sewer, they've been dealing with this since 2019. There's several other water providers that have filed suit. It's actually in the range of several hundred. The entire litigation itself has about 8,000 claimants, but a large amount of those are first responders or firefighter personnel that have been diagnosed with various illnesses. So in Hialeah, the FDEP, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, back in May of 2020, sent a letter stating that they had done a site assessment and they found levels that exceeded at the time what is called the HAL, the Health Advisory Limit. Since that time, the Department of Health and the FDEP have paused that, but it is an issue that will come up because there are impending, upcoming federal regulations. So it will have to be cleaned up. That will be, something that will have to be dealt with. Now, Hialeah also has a water treatment plant, the reverse osmosis plant, and that's an excellent plant. It was built in 2013. That's some of the best water technology you could have. And that does filter out PFAS. So I don't expect there to be an issue there, but with the new regulations coming out, Hialeah, just as every other water utility in the country, will have to start testing for PFAS chemicals. The FDP has also identified one other site. They didn't find high levels, but they did identify some PFAS, low levels of PFAS contamination. That was Turbo Power Inc. It's a shuttered aircraft maintenance facility. And then if we are retained, we'll obviously look throughout the entire city to see if there are any other problematic areas. We even have experts that will look back in accident records to see where there was a major car accident in which AFFF was used. That's one thing we've had our expert do time and time again. So this is a map from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection website. It shows, I know it's probably a little difficult to see, but number 21 on there is the Hialeah Fire Training Facility. And there's 25 other sites throughout the state that are fire training facilities. I just want to point out number one, which is the Florida State Fire College. That's the largest fire training facility in the state of Florida. We've had a class action going involving that site since 2019, and we worked very closely with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to conduct site assessments to remove the AFFF drums to take soil samples, and I'd be glad to talk to all of you about that if you have further questions. So how do you solve the problem? How do you get PFAS either out of the soil or out of the groundwater? Obviously, as I said, water treatment facility, there will have to be testing done there. And your public works department is aware of this issue and they're doing a great job. And I'll get to that in a moment. And then the main way to treat contaminated water is through something called granular activated carbon. I don't want to get too technical, but it's a very effective way. In addition to reverse osmosis, it basically absorbs PFAS. And hopefully this will not have to be installed, but it is an option. And then the third is, and this really pertains to the fire training facility, is you have to contain the spread of the chemicals. We're in Florida. We sit above porous limestone. Things traverse underneath our ground. So we have to contain that, excavate that, and then take it for off-site disposal, which is difficult. We saw this in Ocala with the FDP. They had to remove the AFFF drums. They had to take soil samples, remove and excavate soil, and they had to ship that to Louisiana to an incineration site. So it was quite costly because that was the only federally available facility to do that. And then obviously getting out in front of this issue, going on the offensive, filing a lawsuit against PFAS defendants to recover current and future costs. This is actually a picture that I took at the fire college in Ocala. These are drums of AFFF. One of those gentlemen is an expert. One is from FDP, and the other was from the company that was contracted to remove these materials. So what is the urgency to file? To be clear, this isn't a litigation that just popped up months ago. The statute of limitations clock is running. Fortunately, we're in Florida and we have a 4-year statute, so there is time, but there is a sense of urgency. And second reason is the pendency of the litigation. It has been pending since 2018, and there's a bellwether trial coming up in June on behalf of the city of Stuart here in Florida. And mediation has begun. A mediator has been appointed and those talks have already commenced. And then most importantly are the EPA regulations that I discussed, primarily the Safe Water Drinking Act. And here there's the Safe Water Drinking Act. Also, CERCLA is another piece of legislation. They're going to be designated PFAS. PFAS chemicals will be designated as hazardous substances under CERCLA. This is just a website screenshot of the US EPA website. And the important thing to note here is that regarding the Safe Water Drinking Act, it confirms that the EPA anticipates adding PFAS to that piece of legislation by the end of this year, meaning at best 2024, all water utilities are going to have to start testing for PFAS chemicals and reporting that to their residents. So this is Hialeah's most recent water quality report. And as I mentioned, Public Works Department seems to be on top of this issue because for the first time ever, they're reporting the 2 primary PFAS chemicals. And they're reporting the levels from WASDA, from Miami-Dade County. Even though technically they don't have to yet, these are unregulated, but they know that they will be regulated next year. And then as far as the litigation is concerned, and by the way, this is a picture, just to give you an example. This is AFFF being sprayed, likely in training on either a car fire or an aircraft fire, so you have a visual. This is some of the work that's been done in the MDL over the past 4 years. The Plaintiffs Executive Committee, which I'm on, we've reviewed tens of millions of documents. We've taken more than 80 depositions, and we've overcome the biggest summary judgment motion that's basically paved the way for this bellwether trial to commence in June. As I said, June 5th, that trial is to begin and mediation is ongoing. So I just want to end with this picture. This is a picture of the graduating class from the Ocala Fire College. These are a bunch of firefighter trainees. This was actually provided to me by two of our clients. We also represent hundreds of first responders and members of the armed services, and we take great pride in that. But this was provided to me by two of our clients, both of whom are suffering from health issues. One has kidney cancer. And what you're seeing here is AFFF foam sprayed out in a field at the fire college. I've been there twice. Right before this picture, as you pretty much see, I mean, they were basically playing slip and slide in what they thought were soap suds. Make no mistake, unbeknownst to them, they were playing in toxic slug. And this is some of the worst corporate malfeasance. It rivals opioids, it rivals asbestos, it rivals tobacco. So, thank you.
Thank you so much for your, did you want to add something, Frank? Yes.
Yeah, I want to make something real clear. City Hialeah Public Works Department is spectacular. It's better than most from what we've seen compared to other cities. I want to be very clear about that. The city has done an outstanding job. What you saw up there said NE, it means non-existent, not showing it in those locations. That's number one. I think a takeaway you all need to have. I think it's very important to communicate that over and over. Number two, we do a lot of cases. It's not always clear when there is a bad actor, if they actually did do something and they knew it was wrong. We believe after depositions, the evidence that we've seen, they knew what they were doing. They knew it was a bad product. They still continued to put it out. That's what we believe after what we've seen from the evidence. The last point is I was an elected official. I was a city commissioner, city vice mayor in the city of Coral Gables. Did it for 8 years. Loved doing it. There are many times when you sit on the dais and there are problems in the city, you don't know where the problem stems from. I attended too many funerals for firefighters in my city. And those are the worst situations that you can be a part of as an elected official. And when you're an elected official, all you want to do is try to find a way to solve a problem. Here, you can do something about it. We can do something about it. I'm involved in this case. We partnered up because there's a real bad actor here that we've identified, and we believe that we can bring justice to this situation. It's going to get more expensive for every municipality moving forward. This is a way we believe to offset those costs. Thank you for the time. We're open for any questions.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. And isn't it ironic that today we did the presentation of First Responders Cancer Awareness Month, and we're in January and this presentation is before us. So the weight of this responsibility, like you said, lies heavily with us, and we take it very serious here. So thank you for these details. I do want to circle back to one of the points that I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
James Ferraro.
James
Yes.
Ferraro. You had said that the time was already ticking on the Florida statute, that there's 4 years. Can you elaborate a little bit on where we are on that timeline?
Well, it likely, an absolute trigger date would have been when the fire training facility, when Hialeah's fire training facility received that 62-780 letter from FDP. And
Which
that was
was,
in May of 2020.
okay,
So if you're using that as the date, unless there's some other knowledge earlier than that, that's likely the date when the city was put on notice, hey, you have an issue, there's an issue here.
we basically have 1 year to file any kind of litigation
About.
from that point.
But in addition to that, as I mentioned, the other urgency is how far along the litigation is, because I obviously can't give details on settlement negotiations, but as I said, a mediator has been appointed, and those negotiations are ongoing, especially with the trial coming up in June.
Okay, thank you. Madam Attorney, is that the last prior date that we have on record?
All of these records are public records, the notice that we received from FDP. So I would rely on Mr. Ferraro, as I have a copy of the letter, May 26th.
Okay, all right. Does anyone on the dais have any comments or questions?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Just a very brief comment. I mean, the Ferraro firm is an excellent firm. They are definitely well regarded in the industry, and I think it's something that we definitely as a city should move forward on. there's really no downside, right? It is a contingency style case, so it's not like we're paying these guys if there is no recovery. And, I think definitely the city needs some competent representation in the space. And the county has done this already. We would be following suit. And so I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Mancal. Anyone else? I believe that the fact that you are representing Jacksonville, right? The Jacksonville facility,
We're
or in
not
Tallahassee?
Jacksonville.
Tallahassee, the number one.
Ocala.
Ocala, but you have done some research on the Tallahassee one, which was number one, right?
Well, Jacksonville has an issue. There's issues in Tallahassee, but Ocala was what really kicked this off in the state of Florida. We were the first firm involved in that case.
Okay.
And, well, actually, there's really no other firm involved in that case.
In that
But
case.
we were the first one. There was a woman that was on the front page of the Miami Herald because her house sat right next to the fire training college there, and her wells were contaminated, and the FDP had to come in, the Department of Health, and put filters on her home. And she's actually a client of ours. And that was in 2019. That really kicked the whole thing off. And been litigating that ever since.
Oh. Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
What was the procedure? Did we do anything? Go find out if any other city, had we done anything before? And I'm not criticizing it. The fact that we're here today is a very good thing, and that we're finding out about this. But had we done anything about it? Did we hire somebody and it just, didn't go forward? Or is this the opportunity, Mayor, for us to say, hey, let's consider what we have here and use this as a sounding board and make a decision to hire them? Because it's like our attorney at the other end is saying that there's no loss, that we wouldn't have any loss if nothing happens, other than obviously the ailment of our first responders and whatnot, and our residents.
So just to give you some understanding about how we got to where we're at today. The FDEP reached out to our training division in order to request the right to access our training division and gather some samples and install some monitoring wells through their consultant. They did that, and that resulted in a report dated April 21st, 2020, which they communicated to us by the letter dated May 2020. And basically they said that they had found the results of the testing done by their consultant exceeded the levels that they had determined, the health advisory level, right, that the EPA had enunciated, and also some other levels that the EPA had basically adopted, even though no contaminant level has been formally adopted through a formal rulemaking process, either by the federal government or by the State Department of Environmental Protection. Nonetheless, we did bring an item to council in September of 2020 to authorize hiring our environmental engineers called MSE Group. So this council did approve an item. We did engage also an environmental attorney to help us interface or interact with FDEP as we continue to engage in additional testing of our facility, of actually the entire block of city property where the facility is located. And our environmental consultants did engage in the testing that resulted in what is called a site assessment report, and that was submitted to the FDEP in 2021. Of course, we're not the only municipality in these circumstances. You heard the attorney say this is a problem that's nationwide. the FDEP has only focused in one source of contaminant, which was the firefighting foams, and addressed all all certified fire training facilities and airports who were mandated by the FAA to use these foams and knew that they began this as a source of trying to grapple with this PFAS and PFAS issue. However, that put all these entities that were facing the same issue, how to address the contaminants on their site. And that was that there is no adopted level of contamination, and there is no acceptable remediation either. I'd be happy to, and so the city in essence took a two-prong approach. One was we did have prior meetings with this firm at the time when we were evaluating who to hire as an environmental consultant, but we certainly prioritize addressing the FDEP request and understanding what were the conditions on our site first. My department and administration have always had communications about, well, how are we going to handle the cost, the anticipated cost, not only of an enforcement action once either the EPA or the FDEP adopt the level of acceptable contaminant level, and how are we going to handle the remediation? And so we've known that there was this multi-district litigation. We've known that the county went through their own selection process for legal representation. And now is the time when we're bringing forward this firm to sign on so that they represent us in the multi-district litigation and are able to start considering recovery for those anticipated expenses.
So I guess my question now would be, what has changed from 2020 when we did, 2021, when the FDEP did their levels, or that they spoke about the levels that does contaminate? What has happened from there till now that now we would continue with the hiring process and continue this? Is there something that happened in between that I'm missing?
No, actually, the legislature stopped FDEP from taking any additional enforcement action until the EPA adopted a maximum contaminant level. That has not happened.
It has not happened yet.
No, ma'am.
That's coming
And-
out at the end of this year. They will pass an MCL, a maximum contaminant level.
Okay,
Federal
so
level.
has any other, and I'm sorry, I'm asking these questions because I'm completely lost about
No,
this. Has anybody else stopped using these products because they're harming?
Your fire department stopped using them.
They stopped using them.
They're using an AFFF foam now that does not have PFAS in it.
And when did they stop using that? I'm sure you have the answer to that, my love.
One of them was, and the other wasn't. But nonetheless, once they found out, they stopped using it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And so did other fire departments.
we're doing the right thing. So nobody is like, we're not sitting here saying, well, because we don't have this answer, we're going to continue harming you. Okay. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I have a picture of you.
Important to note also, as it was mentioned here, it'll stay in the soil. It'll stay in the soil for many, many years. So even if Hialeah stopped using it in 2002,
It's still there.
it could potentially still be there, and we want to be as proactive as possible.
Okay.
What we believe is going to happen at the end of this year, as Mr. Ferraro stated, new regulations are going to come out. It's going to make it much more expensive for a city to treat those types of situations.
Okay.
That's what's coming.
Okay.
So your city attorney is being very proactive in
Right.
seeing the expenses that are coming 2-3 years.
Okay, okay, good. Thank you. That was my answer, because I'm hearing that they didn't have any answer for what was going on, and that we're still using it, but we're not. So at least not in the city of Hialeah, and hopefully not in any surrounding communities as well. Okay, thank you.
That concludes.
So
Your question?
are we going to look at this again? Or Mayor, I know you walked out. I'm sorry. I was asking if,
No,
if-
I listened to.
no,
what
no,
was going
I
on.
know. Is this the opportunity to say that, you know, we would like to,
The ask is to authorize the mayor to negotiate a contingency fee agreement with the firm to engage them. I didn't attach the proposed engagement agreement that they submitted because, you know, we haven't reviewed it, we haven't discussed it with the mayor in terms of not only the proposed percentage of recovery proposed by the firm, but also any other additional terms, whether costs are going to be part of the recovery or in addition to. We haven't had this negotiation, but certainly the proposal is consistent with what the firm selected by the county through their selection process signed on.
so right now we would be able to ask the council, or to make a suggestion right now to have the mayor sit down and negotiate, and obviously come back with what he agrees to, or what he thinks is the best, and then we could make a informed decision at that point.
We could do that approach. as well.
Okay, so do we have a motion to give him the authority to
Motion.
negotiate? And second, okay. I'm sorry, I was taking your role. I apologize.
No.
Go ahead.
You've been on a roll today.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right.
I just asked if we could. He jumped at the motion.
No.
All right.
We're all a little confused up here. I can
Yeah,
tell.
yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Can we repeat, Madam Attorney? Where are we at on the discussion?
So just authority to allow the mayor to negotiate with the Ferraro firm the terms of an engagement agreement.
There's a
And we
motion, a
will,
second.
and once we have reached agreement, we will communicate those terms to council.
Wonderful. So I have a motion by Councilwoman,
Oh, actually, it was by Councilman.
I have a
Calvo.
motion. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Together. Got it. All right, so I have a motion by Councilman Calvo and I have a second by Councilman Rodriguez.
See, I wasn't taking full
Mm.
charge.
Yeah.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So next we have, that concludes our presentations. We're moving on to comments and questions. Is there anyone here in the chamber or anyone online that would like to have comments and questions addressed?
Anybody online before me?
I don't think so.
Eric Johnson, Hialeah firefighters, representing Local 1102. Just to touch on a couple things. Thank you to the Ferraro Law Group for bringing us up. People who are forever damaged are people like myself who are actually battling cancer right now. You see the pictures of the foam. This is what we do. It's not just for airport firefighting or the car fire, so you guys know. It's almost every single fire we go on. Anything involving a petroleum product that burns, we're going to put foam on. Maybe the junkyard fires you saw a couple weeks ago that took over city blocks, or the house fire with the hoarders. We have to put the foam on there because it makes the water wetter. It's the only way to get the water into the fire to extinguish it. We could extinguish it with 100 gallons with foam, or we could extinguish it with 5,000 gallons of water.
Mhm.
That's what it does. It breaks the surface tension, allows us to fight our fires. So
Interesting.
it's been around forever.
Yeah.
In the 90s, if you went to Ocala, where I went to fire college, we would swim in the foam. That's what we would do. It was our thing. We'd fill the whole entire tower with the foam and we'd swim in it. And here, you know, throughout a whole career, every fire you go on, unfortunately, when the foam's flowing, you're gonna soak all your other firefighters. It's just what you're gonna do. And unfortunately, that was just part of our job. And as you guys well know, we have lost a crap load of firefighters due to cancer in the city, a lot. So update, our union's doing good. We're in contract negotiations. We're battling every day to keep the city safe. Our numbers are declining, unfortunately. People are still leaving to other fire departments, and we're looking for ways to retain them. I know we have a hiring process coming up soon. Sorry, I get out of breath when speaking. Big change for me. But
Take your time.
we're definitely committed to fixing the city. Kudos to the mayor and his administration, Ruth and his Mari, George, and everybody else. You guys are awesome. This is the biggest change, and there's no doubt to anybody in this room or any surprise that I've been the biggest pain in the ass to this city for over 20 years. I guess it's kind of like your unofficial watchdog, but I guess it's made a difference because fighting was not always just for the firefighters. It was for the police officers, and it was for the general employees. It was for everybody. It's a matter of doing what's right. And finally, 20 years later, we have an administration that's starting to do things that are right. And it's really refreshing to see at the end of your career, seeing how things actually change. A special thank you to the council who has called me every day, or Vivian sends me a picture every morning from the lake with a prayer attached to it. And special thank you to Eddie, the police officer who returned back to work today. He actually found a lady in New York City who makes rosaries and had it with my fire colors specifically for me. And I believe in the power of prayer, and God is good.
Amen.
Because my tumor is now, the last tumor in my body is only an inch wide. And they told me at first when I was diagnosed with cancer that it was kind of like a 50-50 shot. We don't know if you're going to live, or we don't know if you're going to die. We'll see. But I'm really stubborn. I just want permission to go over. I'm really stubborn. So if I could get past the 4 months of that brutal chemotherapy, I would win. I'm 6 months past and I start radiation. So unfortunately, you guys are going to have to deal with me for a couple more years.
Amen.
Unfortunately for everybody.
Thank God. Thank God.
Glasses. Mayor, thank you so much for addressing the parks. We as firefighters, we are your front line of defense, should you say. But we also see when kids are not entertained and busy, we run a lot more calls on them and have a lot more calls for crime and a lot more calls on the juveniles. And being a person who always lived down south, but I can honestly say I grew up in Hialeah Parks, because everybody knew back in the day, if you wanted the best park experience known to mankind, you had to come be the Hialeah Park Rats. And you said it. But
There you
that's
go.
what you were. You grew up in these parks. They were the best of the best. No matter where you went or what you did, Hialeah was the place to be. And you would get bussed in from all over Miami-Dade County to come here for these parks. You'd come here for these activities. They'd have snacks for you back then.
Yeah.
They would watch you, and they became like your family. And to see that come back is going to make all the difference in the world, in this community that I love. Just can't move here because my wife said she'll divorce me. She says she's had enough of the city after all these years. So in all honesty, thanks. And unfortunately, for the council, we had another firefighter of ours who is a retiree commit suicide today. PTSD is alive and well in our fire department. Hasn't even been a year since our last firefighter committed suicide. This job is hard, okay? So you guys understand we're not Miami-Dade County. I don't have the luxury of working in a suburb where I get one call a day. Not the way it works. We see the worst of the worst here in the city, just the way it is. We're a highly dense populated city. And the PTSD is for real. Run on your first baby that dies in your arms, dive in the first canal to get an elderly lady out of the back window. She dies. It builds up. Our mind's a hard drive. When the hard drive gets full, there's nowhere else to dump the information. We've made great strides with our chief, Chief Garrett. He's been amazing supporter of PTSD at the state level. We've done a lot. We've been talking about it forever, but it just sucks. We keep burying in our own. And the problem is they gave their lives to this city. When you retire, things are different. They really are different. You can't get those pictures out of your mind. For me, in 2004 on Valentine's Day, I lost 4 children in a house fire. It still wakes me up right there on 41st Street. It was horrible. The mother burnt the children, but the problem was it's not that she just burnt the children. We were at the house 6 months before delivering the baby. Her name was Rose Autumn. We delivered the baby on the couch with Stan Stark. And then that was the first baby we discovered in the house. But these memories never go away. They wake you up, they haunt you, and it's what we have to deal with. And I just want to say that we really appreciate the support from the council and the mayor when it comes to PTSD. And we support our risk management, who's actually helping us a lot with that. But this is our reality. This is what we signed up for, and this is what we live. Not an easy job. Work with us and support us. For that, I say thank you, and thank you to all of you guys for even coming here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We're so happy to have you here. See your hair full. You look great. So we're praying for you. Everyone up here I know is praying for you. All right, so we're gonna move on. I'm gonna make some changes to the agenda moving forward. I informed the city clerk. From now on, I'm going to move up the board appointments prior to announcements and amendments or corrections to the agenda, so that those that are here sitting in council chambers don't have to wait till we finish the consent agenda to go home. All right, so we're gonna do that now. We're gonna move up board appointments, if we may, city clerk.
For the record, item 11C has been added to the agenda from the board appointments. Item 11A, proposed resolution confirming and approving the nomination of Quentin Webb II as a member of the Defined Contribution Plan Committee as the AFSCME appointment to the Defined Contribution Plan Committee for the city of Hialeah, commencing on January 25th, 2023.
Thank you. Item 11A is Mr. Webb here. I do not see him. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Vivian Casals Munoz, and I have a second by Councilman Zogby.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes,
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
thank you. Item 11B,
Proposed resolution confirming and approving the nomination of Quentin Webb II to the Board of Trustees of the Employees General Retirement System of the City of Hialeah as the AFSCME appointment for a 2-year term ending on December 31st, 2024.
thank you. Do I have a motion on the item?
Motion.
I have a motion by
Second.
Councilman Zogby, and I have a second by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Can we
Mr.
please call roll?
Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes,
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
thank you. Item 11C,
Proposed resolution confirming and approving the nomination of Marcelino Moreno to the Board of Trustees of the Employees General Retirement System as the City Council's appointment for a 2-year term ending on December 31st, 2024.
Motion.
thank you. I have a motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz, and I have a second by Vice President Garcia Robes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Congratulations.
With all his kids.
All right, we're gonna move now on to announcements and amendments and corrections to the agenda.
Items PZ1, PZ6, and LU2 are postponed until the city council meeting of February 14, 2023. The following items have been added to today's agenda, all from the consent agenda, items N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, and W. And then consent item U is corrected to reflect the cost as $1,760,000.
Which one was it?
Consent item U.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, moving on to our consent agenda. Do any council members want to pull an item?
Through the chair.
Yes, you're recognized.
Item M.
Item M. Anyone else?
Motion in advance.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Zogby and a second by Vice President Garcia Robes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes,
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed except item M.
Councilwoman?
Request permission to retain the following professional firms for professional services through the conclusion of the competitive process and selection of the successful developer in a total expenditure not to exceed $428,000 for services related to an unsolicited proposal received by the city for a public-private partnership involving the construction of a new government center on roughly 20 acres of the city's 55-acre property located at 900 East 56th Street, presently housing the Hialeah Police Headquarters and certain other government services. Number one, the Lambert Advisory Group to conduct an independent financial analysis of all competing proposals. Number two, ACOM to create the criteria package and assist throughout the procurement process. Number three, Ackerman, and a permanent multinational law firm with subject matter expertise and experience in ventures of the kind proposed in the unsolicited proposal.
Thank you.
Mayor, can you explain a little bit about this and what the time frame is?
Okay, so I'm gonna try to do this in dual with Lorena, because she may be able to go into some of the more detailed part of it. We have received this unsolicited bid. Before I talk about it, I do want to, remind you that in many cases, I talk about a vision for the next 10, 20, 30 years, right? And that it's on us to make sure we long-term plan. This proposal came to the city, and the things that stand out that I think are important to consider is the building of a new city hall. And as we listened, we took into account, what about this building and what does it cost to maintain this building? And if this building wasn't here and we put it in play as far as a housing component, do we activate the land value, the ad valorem, do we put it on the tax roll? We further talked in terms of, or when this was brought to us to consider, well, what happens to the fleet area now if that was to be put in play? And can that be put on the tax roll? Can that generate revenue? For us, and I think in some of the conversations that independently they may have had with members of the board, there was enough to be interested, enough to, well, what would this look like moving forward, right? We do have housing needs in our city. We do have, we want to continue to develop our employment platforms here in the city, which again, I think speaks to really a long-term planning. Again, like I've said in the past, master planning our city. But what I think happens as we address this was that we did not have the expertise, I think, in the city required for us to be able to provide all of you with an informed menu or a decision point on what would that look. And that's where, how do we engage it? How do we speak to experts? And then perhaps even more importantly, how do we not pay for it, right? Because at the attractor, if I could call it that, if that's even a word, that brings us to this point is that someone out there is willing to build this a new city hall. Obviously, there's other caveats to it, but at the end of the day, we don't expend any money. And for me, that was, okay, wait a second, I'm interested, I'm listening.
Right.
What is the next step forward? And then this item that's before you, the question is, well, wait, time out, Mayor, you just said we're not expending any money, but yet you're asking us an authorization or to be able to move forward. So my understanding of the way it worked is that we would be then able to recoup this money.
Correct.
Recoup this money, by any applicants that come forward to also, because and I'll let Lorena handle the description of an unsolicited bid and what the law requires. That way we're correct in what we speak. But ultimately, these unsolicited bids turn into a formal bid process.
Right.
Okay, so there's an engagement out there with other professionals, and I hope many come forward, because I think it will even lend itself to what I already believe is a transparent process, but something that would be beyond reproach, right? Allow others to compete in this space. And the contemplation had always been, if you got 4 or 5 coming out to answer the bid process, they're paying a fee that would then whittle down this number. And the ultimate group that's awarded would then eat the rest of it.
Right.
Okay? And what's key is that the city is not paying for it. And if nothing happens, then the one who brought the unsolicited bid then assumes the responsibilities for this cost. Okay? So for the way I look at this is, again, an opportunity for us to long-term plan, address maybe other issues that we have on housing. We've talked extensively here of how we need to add more property to the tax roll that could produce revenues for the city. So I think that's kind of all within the conversation, right? But we just didn't have the expertise. We didn't have the professionals of the level of expertise to be able to assess land values, long-term planning, and what have you. And for me, that's where we're at today. And then if you want, Lorena, you could speak to what the law requires as far as an unsolicited bid.
I think you've explained the concept fairly consistent with the approach that we have discussed, which is supported in the P3 statute. We've received an unsolicited proposal. It involves the construction of and relocation of certain uses, as I've described in the memo to you. That's an extensive project. I think that in order to evaluate an unsolicited proposal, and, you know, the mayor properly stated, any other participants, once we publish an RFP, because implicitly we're asking you to support the city's decision or administration's decisions to pursue this or evaluate this concept, this proposal, then we need to know, you know, what do we need in terms of space and the uses that we want to consolidate on the site, and what would be the budgets and estimates and the type of construction and design. And I think that that's what we need to engage AECOM to come and do that preliminary work for us to create the design criteria package that ultimately anyone interested in making a proposal would have to would be evaluated on and would have to comply with. And so, you know, the statute allows us to recover for reasonable expenses of those design professionals or other type of consultants and professionals that the city needs to evaluate whether the proposal is suits our needs, whether it meets a public purpose, whether it's financially feasible, whether ultimately the proponent is capable, has the experience and financial capability to carry out the proposal, right? And so this is the beginning point for the city. It's to bring the professionals like AECOM. So if you look at the proposal, you know, we're engaging AECOM to assist us with creating the design criteria package, but also helping us through the procurement selection process, as we anticipate that there, you know, that there may be more than one interested participant, and will require and will pose to the city questions about the technical aspects of the project that we will need AECOM to bring us support in. Same thing for the law firm for the legal services anticipated to be provided to us by Ackerman, and also for the economic analysis of any proposal in response to the RFP.
So through the chair, so pretty much they're safeguards.
Yes, you're recognized.
So in other words, we're bringing this to safeguard the city with the interest, and if we find something that's not an agreement, so we can have a discussion with the developers, et cetera, what's in the best interest for both parties, right? Oh, excuse me, for the city
city.
itself, for the city itself.
Yes,
Through the chair.
yes, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you. I like the idea that there will be a proposer's fee to submit for this proposal. The winner of the award, ultimately, if we go with something, will pick up the balance of what we owe for these consulting and these professional fees. Worst case scenario, have we got a plan in place if we decide when the dust settles and we do all the research that it's not a good fit for us? Will we be on the hook, Mayor or Madam Attorney, if nobody is awarded this bid?
Yes.
We'll be on the hook.
The answer would be
Is there any way
yes.
to protect ourselves against that? Or will we be on the hook for the entire $428,000 to
Well,
begin
that's
with? Or is that like a per hour, per service?
Well, I think what Mr. Zogby is suggesting is that the city does not select any proponent, does not decide to move forward with the
Worst case,
RFP.
yeah.
Oh.
With the RFP. There is no award made.
Well, through the chair, if we decide not to do the RFP, then there's no fee.
Well, there
There's no,
is.
there's no,
We're
No,
still
there
running
is
the
because you-
analysis. Yeah.
If you, right now, we're engaging AECom to help us prepare the
Prepare.
design criteria package. That presupposes that we are going to prepare an RFP and that we will publish an RFP and go through the
and so we're just
solicitation
assuming that maybe
process.
nobody picks it up and nobody solicits,
No-
or we choose
Nobody
not to accept anybody.
proposes, or you choose not to accept any proposal. And
Okay.
the fact of the matter is that if no one is participating, then you will have advanced some costs that will not be reimbursed.
What have we done in the past? We've done RFPs in the past. We've done private partnerships in the past. What have we done in the past?
I don't know, I'm not familiar with any project that we have done at this level. I know that we did design, build, operate for the RO plant with the
Right.
county. You may have an attorney in-house who participated through that process. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, but that
process.
was also
The-
split between the county and we don't want to hear from Felix right now anyways. So
The only.
is that okay?
The only other project that we have brought forward to this council and you approved an interim agreement for was the Palm Center, and those costs
Correct.
were reimbursed by the sole proponent.
Okay.
I think, oh, that was before that.
That, so
think part
I,
of the assessment process as we go through this, right? Again, determining long-term vision, what's it costing us to maintain this building and be able to upkeep this building long into the future? And that's going to be part of the equation. Again, meeting some of the needs that are current and probably will never go away as far as the city of Hialeah is concerned, or Miami-Dade County in general, which is housing needs, right? You see all the dust that gets kicked up just about, developing private land. Okay, so imagine people still needing, the need for housing, and how does that get addressed long-term in our city, as far as vertical construction and what have you, revitalization of downtown. Our current fleet facility now, it's contaminated land, and part of the unsolicited, I think, contemplated them handling all the cleanup.
Correct.
And all that, so the council will have to make a determination as information becomes available. And I don't think that anything prohibits them from communicating with you as the attorney, the city attorney, on steps as it's going forward, as all this being, and, I don't know if there's a ripcord at some point that says, you know what, none of this stuff, I like it, and I want to quit, stop everything we're doing. I don't know if that there's a ripcord for that, but, the council would have to make a determination really by the action of doing this. Look, we want to proceed. We want to continue moving forward. We want to get as much information as possible in order to, to accomplish these things. Do I think there's a lot of value here that could be long-term? And I'm talking long-term beyond, beyond me breathing. Absolutely, absolutely. But it needs to be done right because you only get one shot to do it
Correct.
right. We need to think long-term. And I think one of the things, just in case people out there might be thinking something, none of us may ever sit in a new city hall that's built. This thing may take some time
Right.
to be able to do. So, you know, for argument's sake, my recommendation is that we move forward. And I feel pretty confident that there's not only going to be the one player out there that supplied the unsolicited bid. I think there's going to be a couple of others that are going to take some interest.
Agreed.
Because they're not producing any more land in the city of Hialeah. And right now, as many of you know, the market for Hialeah is hot and people are going to jump on it. So.
Thank you, Mayor. Anybody else have any
With
other
that,
discussion?
motion to approve.
So I have a motion
Second.
from Councilwoman Casals Munoz and I have a second by Councilman Zogby.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on to administrative items. Give me just 1 second. Item 10A, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending chapter 46 entitled Historical Preservation of the Code of Ordinances and in particular revising Hialeah Code Section 46-40 entitled Powers and Duties to prohibit the naming of city buildings, facilities, parks, rights of way, and other city properties if any person has a felony conviction unless waived by a 5/7 vote of the city council, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. So this item is on second reading and it's open to public hearing. We read this item last and at the mayor's request, we had tabled it until January 24th, today's meeting. Mayor, did you want to have any input or Madam Attorney on the item?
We addressed we proposed changes to address the comments made by council and the members of the public, which were to eliminate relatives, to open up the category of persons considered, to be honored with these naming rights, to include any person, right? Because I think the member of the public who addressed the council said, you've limited only to to exclude convicted elected officials, when in essence, you have the ability under the statute to consider business, non-elected officials, right? People who have excelled in other aspects other than politics or public service. And so we made it more inclusive that way, that anyone with a conviction would be precluded. But then again, we built in unless waived by a 5/7 vote of the council based upon good cause. And we addressed that aspect of it. And those are the changes.
To the chair.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have a question. When we name anything in the city, do we do a background check or do we do any type of search to find out you're gonna name this building, Vivian Casals? Do we find out, what Vivian has, any history or anything about Vivian? Other than somebody wanted to name the building Vivian Casals, or where you don't use anybody else?
Madam Attorney?
So I'm not involved in the selection or vetting process. Usually when my department is addressed on this matter is to prepare a resolution, and I am provided with some background information on the person, and we incorporate that into the resolution.
Who does that?
Most of the time I'm directed by administration, so I suppose that it's within the mayor's office who brings forward an item.
And
Never-
Mayor, I know you haven't been here, when you were here before, there wasn't a lot of naming of streets and whatnot. I know there was a huge push in about 10 years ago. Do you remember here? I don't remember how we end up naming things, but do you remember having anything? There was only two things that I had requested to name. One was a war hero and the other one was somebody everybody knew, and I don't know what the process was.
I don't know if there was a process, to be honest with you. I want to say that when I was here in the city council back in the day,
Wasn't a lot of things named.
I want to say, we named this Raul Martinez government building. I think that was the only thing.
You were here?
I was here for that. I was here for that. I think we named.
Why wasn't I here for that? Oh, you were here before me. I'm sorry.
2004. Not that long before.
I wasn't here when we named when the building was
Served
named.
together.
We did, but not when they named it.
Yeah, I think so.
I was not.
I think you were.
Okay.
I think you were. And we named across the street, names for some of the buildings across the street.
Herminio Lorenzo, I was here for that.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that one, but.
Oh, there you go.
But I don't
Okay.
know if there was a
All right.
process. And I think all this started to change a little bit when, if you recall, the county rescinded some namings. There was some street naming that.
So did
was
we.
A drug dealer. The city did the
Yes.
same thing. Then there was a prevailing thought that you had to be dead in order to have things
Correct.
named after you. I remember Jose Canseco Street,
Yeah.
and then they took it out, which was in front of Coral Park. Probably unjustly, but they took it out. And so anyways, I don't know if there was a criteria. I do know that the tendency is not to name something that would later cause you embarrassment.
Correct.
That's the litmus test, I guess. In the county, I did a naming of Mayra Capote street.
Yes,
a
yes,
couple of
I remember.
blocks. And we did Uribe in the county. I think the city also did.
Yes.
Uribe, so. We did Paniagua in the county. The city did Paniagua.
No, we named every street in the city for about 6 years. Every week, we had a naming of a street
Probably.
for a little time.
Actually, you're running out of streets.
Yeah, we are. So I'm just curious if we do any background, because if we don't do any background, then I think this is completely irrelevant. If we don't do background, then we don't know, or do we want to know? Should we do a background? So instead of naming the street and then saying, oh, by the way, what do you?
That should
I don't know.
absolutely be included, I guess, in this ordinance. If it,
It's part of process. I mean, a
so let's
procedure.
amendment.
So
Let's do an amendment and make sure that we add the wording that part of the process is to run a background check.
what do you think? I don't know. I'm asking the council. Anybody?
I would say pleasure of the board.
Okay, but we cannot vote yet because Councilwoman got excited and this is on second reading and we have to open it to the public. So let's wait
Oh,
before
no,
we
no, I
vote.
was just asking if they want to. I'm
Okay.
not, I wasn't, I didn't
No,
say
because you're
motion.
very excited today.
You are, you're very fired up.
Wow.
Before we continue discussion, do we have
I
any,
think so.
anyone in the public that would like to discuss this item? Do we have anyone online that would like to discuss this item? Okay, do we want to continue? Did you want a motion?
I
Or
don't
any
know. I'm
council
asking- I'm asking
discussion?
I
Okay.
really am asking the council, I think the one that brought this ordinance
I believe
up
it
or
makes
made the
sense.
changes was Brian. I would
I
like to
think-
hear from him.
I believe it makes sense. I mean, if it, what's the
I'm sorry,
point
I'm
of
not putting you
saying,
on the spot at all.
if someone has a felony conviction, the only way you could really figure that out is if you were the one that arrested them or, You
can
ran the check,
accomplish that
so-
by creating a checklist.
Right.
Whether it's at the Historic Preservation Board or in administration,
I think
where.
before it goes to any board, we should, if we're gonna do it, we should do it instead of the board bringing it up and then
Right,
saying, oh,
through
by
the
the way.
chair. Through the chair.
yes, sir.
we're going to have to get that person who's being solicited to have a street named after him sign a waiver that would allow us to conduct a criminal background
you
check
go.
on them. That's going to get complicated,
There
or
you
have
go.
them provide a background check.
But don't
There
we
you
have to wait
go.
for that person to be deceased?
No,
Or is that only for
That-
elected officials?
yes,
Well, wait, I think,
Yeah.
didn't the
Yeah.
city set a policy?
for buildings
Because
and.
Roberto
parks.
Casas Park.
Yep.
The name was removed because he was still alive.
Mhm.
We put it back after he had passed away. And I want to say, I don't know, Carlos is, I think, well, don't we get people that request from us? But we'll get somebody that requests from us. Probably part of the process should be, okay, wait a second, if this is what you're requesting, there's a fee for background check or whatnot. Because who's ever
Wow, we
asked-
just complicating things
I
like
know, I hear you,
incredibly.
I
Let's
hear
stop
you.
naming things.
I don't know that you necessarily need a background check, right? You could probably, because it's felony
Google?
convictions, I think that you're.
Google now works.
Chief, can we find that out through Google? I
Not
mean-
necessarily.
No, right?
Not
So,
necessarily.
I mean, I think people could also get things expunged. So if you did commit a felony and you got it expunged, can you not get something named after you? Mayor? If it was expunged and it doesn't show up on your record, but we know that that person was convicted?
How do we know that?
As I said earlier, pleasure of the board, whatever you guys.
Um,
feel.
Very few felonies can be expunged.
I think that. I don't know.
I mean, this
Who's
is.
the one that brought this-
This is an
who's the one that
honor,
brought this
right? You're
ordinance
supposed to
up?
rely on
Motion to
reasonable
table.
It's administrative item, so the mayor.
Motion
And
to
the
The
table.
mayor brought up this, you
It's
brought
an
up this
administrative
ordinance,
item.
Mayor?
We get requests, multiple requests, but some of the requests we get are people that have had run afoul of law at some point. And so what dawned on us was, do we want to put ourselves in a situation? Do you want to put yourself in a situation to have somebody standing there in front of you, asking you to name something after a loved one, and you know that the loved one was incarcerated, indicted, convicted? Do you want to put yourself in that situation? I do not.
I don't.
Motion to table.
So that's why the whole idea was the language that we had. Put. But like I said, I'm open to, up to this point, we've had no problem saying no to people or stonewalling, literally sitting on things, which is what we've been doing.
Through the chair.
So I had, yes, I just want to acknowledge, I had a motion to table by Councilman Rodriguez, but you're acknowledged, Councilman Zagwi?
I don't disagree with that, but just to say, I don't disagree with this. This is absolutely necessary, Mayor. I think this is an excellent proposal. We just have to figure out how we're going to enforce it. How we're going to verify if that's what we're going to do, whether somebody has a conviction. But I'm willing to table it till we can research that. So.
In fact,
yeah.
you know what? Table the item. I'm okay with it. Table the item. And then I'm gonna come back with some meat and potatoes on this thing, because you know what? Maybe we need to make it complicated, okay? You want to name, not that you all, but if somebody
Hey, you
wants to
seem,
name
you seem a
something-
little upset. I'm excited,
No,
but
no,
you
no,
seem a
because-
little upset at us.
I'm-
I agree with you.
I'm hungry and I got my
He's hungry.
12-year-old.
He's hungry.
He's gonna put meat and potatoes.
Are you gonna hit him?
Are you okay? Are you okay, Council President?
We're fine. we're
Oh,
fine.
no.
You're good?
Fine.
No, are you good?
Yeah,
I'm good.
I'm fine.
Tengo hambre, but I think
Go ahead.
this shouldn't be complicated. It shouldn't be. So you know what? I'm gonna come back with something that has more detailed.
Good.
okay,
Perfect.
And recommendations, and that's it. And then, you know, you
Perfect.
guys could.
So on the
Kill
table,
it.
we have a motion to table by Councilman Rodriguez. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Zagmi. Go ahead. Can we call roll?
Are we gonna table it to the next meeting or a month from now? Okay.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casa Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is tabled until February 14th, 2023.
February 14th.
Right? Okay, I'm sorry. Moving on to item 10C.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 3 entitled Boards, Commissions, and Committees by amending Division 5 entitled Veterans Affairs Board by designating it as the Veterans Affairs Committee, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This is on second reading and public hearing. Is there anyone in council chambers or online that would like to speak on this item?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz and I have a second by Councilman Zogby. Can you please call the roll?
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Item 10E.
10D. Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 3 entitled Boards, Commissions, and Committees by amending Division 2 entitled Youth Advisory Board by designating it as the Youth Advisory Committee, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
This item is on second reading and public hearing. Do we have anyone in council chambers or online that would like to speak on the item?
Motion.
I have a motion by Councilman Zogby and I have a second by Councilwoman Casals Munoz.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Item 10E.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting Pivotal Utility Holdings Incorporated doing business as Florida City Gas, its successors and assigns a non-exclusive natural gas franchise in the city of Hialeah, Florida, including the right to construct, maintain, and operate gas lines, providing for regulation of the gas system by the city, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on second reading and public hearing. Is there anyone in council chambers or anyone online who would like to speak on the item?
Motion. Oh, unless we have somebody.
I just wanted to recognize Ms. Monica Barnes. I wanted to recognize Ms. Monica Barnes. She's the general counsel for Florida City Gas in case the council had some questions at our first meeting. I believe there was Council Member Rodriguez who may have had some questions unrelated to the item, but involving Florida City Gas.
So thank you. I just had a future question, I guess.
Yes, sir, you recognize. Go ahead.
How you doing? Sorry. Is there any, there's part of our city that I know I don't have access to the gas. In other words, it's gas, threw me off, baby. Gas. In other words, are there any future plans in expanding our
Gas lines.
our gas lines? I'm sorry.
I did open it. Hold
Is
on.
she talking?
Good
there?
evening.
Good evening. How you doing?
Good evening. Hi, my name is Monica Barnes. I'm legal counsel for Florida City Gas, 700 Universe Boulevard, Juno Beach, Florida. I'm joined here this evening by my colleague, Miguel Bustos. And yes, Florida City Gas is always amenable to expanding gas lines if there is a need by any customers who are wanting gas. And Mr. Bustos could comment further if you have additional questions about future expansion.
You are correct. Florida City Gas is always looking for future expansion.
I'm sorry,
So-
sir, can you give your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Miguel Bustos. It's Doral, 955 East 50th Street in Doral. And the Florida City Gas is always looking for expansion. And then as the city opens, either new business or residents are requesting gas, we always work with them to expand our facilities. So the short answer for the question is yes.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions, Councilman? Anybody else have any? I have a motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz and I have a second by Vice President Garcia Roes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz, Ms. Garcia Robes, Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you for being with us tonight. We appreciate it. Item 10F,
First reading of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 3 entitled Boards, Commissions, and Committees by amending Division 3 entitled Cultural Affairs Council by designating it as the Cultural Affairs Committee and striking special events from its responsibilities, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
thank you, Madam. I have a motion by
Second.
Councilwoman Casals Munoz, and I have a second by Councilman Zogby. Would you call the roll?
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz, Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 14th, 2023.
Item 10G,
First reading of proposed ordinance amending the Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Chapter 18 entitled Businesses, Article 2, Special Events, Section 18-26, Purpose and Definitions, to provide that a commercial event is not only for remuneration or monetary gain, and Section 18-30, Application Process, eliminating review by the Cultural Affairs Council Committee to conduct special events, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
thank you.
Thank you for this.
Okay,
Thank you.
Second.
wonderful. Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice President Garcia Reyes.
Ms. Casal Munoz, Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 14th, 2023.
Item 10H,
First reading of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Hialeah entitled Administration, Article 2, Departments, Offices, and Divisions to change the division head titled for the Division of Finance and the Budget Division from Assistant Director to Division Director, providing for a severability clause, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
thank you. Do we have a motion on the item? Motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Zogby.
Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz. Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 14th, 2023.
Item 10I,
First reading of proposed ordinance providing for a primary election to be held on Tuesday, November 7th, 2023, and a general election to be held on Tuesday, November 21st, 2023, providing for the Miami-Dade County Elections Department to conduct these elections and other matters relating thereto, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
thank you. Do we have a motion on the item?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz, and I have a second by Vice President Garcia.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 14th, 2023.
10J,
First reading of proposed ordinance setting the election date for the general election for the year 2023 for the date of Tuesday, November 21st, 2023, for the office of the city council whose terms have expired pursuant to municipal powers vested by state law according to Florida statutes, sections 166.021 subsection 4 and 100.3605 subsection 2, in order to conduct elections on the same date as other municipalities, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Do I have a motion on the item?
Motion.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Gonzalez Munoz, and I have a second by Councilman Zogby.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 14, 2023.
Item 10K.
First reading of proposed ordinance providing for the early voting time and location as allowed by state law, specifically sections 101.657, subsection 1A through 1D, Florida statutes, designating JFK Library as an early voting site for the November 7, 2023 City of Hialeah primary election, beginning on Monday, October 30th, 2023, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., on Tuesday, October 31st, 2023, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., on Thursday, November 2nd, 2023, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Friday, November 3rd, 2023, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., on Saturday, November 4th, 2023, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and on Sunday, November 5th, 2023, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and providing for early voting at the JFK Library for the general election if a general election is held, and in particular on Friday, November 17, 2023, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., on Saturday, November 18, 2023, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and on Sunday, November 19, 2023, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Yes, you're recognized.
I have a quick question, actually. Marbelis, the dates from 7 to 7 and 9 to 4, is that what we did the last time, not last year, but the year before? Is that what we had done? We had at one point, we had 9 to 4, and then the other time was 4 to 7.
Since 2015, we commenced having early voting staggered on, I believe it was Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays
Right.
from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. and then Tuesdays and Thursdays from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Right.
And then in the last election, the council voted to avoid confusion to the voters, to have the same dates for the 1 week, but having Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 4.
9 to 4, so on Saturday and Sunday, if you work in the morning, you can't, we're not gonna have anything like one day early and the next day late. We're gonna leave it like that.
Well, that's not how we've done it traditionally, but I mean, the
Okay,
mayor,
so- no, but
that's,
it was changed with the other, with the last, that was voted on with the council, wasn't like.
no, this is how the council voted it. The times that we've had it Saturday and Sunday, 7 to 7, it's been because it's a countywide.
Correct.
Like it was this past special election for the city of
Correct,
Hialeah.
Okay. That was a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilwoman
Second.
Casals Munoz. I have a second by Councilman Zogby.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 14, 2023.
Thank you. Item 10L.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending chapter 78 entitled Solid Waste of the Code of Ordinances, Article 2 entitled Nuisances, Section 78-37 entitled Donation Bins Prohibited to allow for donation bins on city-owned property, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
I'm sorry. Can I ask a little bit about this item, Mayor? What made us do this? I don't understand. Can you elaborate a little bit on it?
I think we're looking to explore a franchise on city property. So this is to eliminate any question about the prohibition of donation bins,
Okay.
to allow
So-
a vendor to place donation bins on city property.
So then, but this says that they're not allowed to place it in their homes? Let me go back.
This is an existing prohibition.
Mm-hmm.
So we're only amending it to exclude
owned within the city. Yes. Okay. So we're excluding
City-owned property.
city-owned properties. On city-owned property. Okay.
Through the chair.
Yes, you're recognized.
Is this, Madam Attorney, is this, your, I believe it's, who's proposing this? Is this segment? Okay, administration. It says, non-hazardous attire. So this is like clothing
Yes.
is what we want to put for like needy families and, okay. Yeah. Second, if, do we have a motion?
No.
No.
So we have
motion.
motion by Councilman Zogby, a second by, who seconds on this? Gonzalez Munoz.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 14, 2023.
Thank you. We're moving on to unfinished business. Does anyone have any unfinished business to discuss at the council? Any new business? All right. You want to take a break? Does anyone need to go to the restroom before we start zoning? Why?
Come on, please. Bro. Always have to get the food down here, bro.
Oh, we're taking a break?
No,
Break?
I'm just, we're switching
No?
chairs. His chair broke.
Oh, no wonder you're so low. I was wondering what was happening over there.
Leaning back, like, you know.
That's so
Why did
wrong.
I think that was your item?
Oh, man.
Why did I think that?
other one.
Oh, okay.
All right. I want to quickly go to the bathroom, but we're gonna take a 4-minute break. item or wants to speak on an item tonight, please stand up and raise your right hand. Si van a hablar sobre uno de los artículos de esta noche, por favor, párense con la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. If so, say I do.
Las personas que quisieran prestar sus opiniones delante de esta junta, por favor, pónganse de pie y alcen las manos derechas. Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que vas a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad y que Dios sea su testigo. Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa.
Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
En el archivo público contestará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
Okay, so tonight's item, PZ1 has been postponed, so we're moving on to item PZ2.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow 15 parking spaces where 21 parking spaces are required. Contra to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-2189, subsection 7. Property located at 840 East 25th Street, Hialeah, Zone C1, Restricted Retail Commercial District, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. So this item is on second reading and public hearing. Do we have anyone here in council chambers or online that would like to speak on the item?
Good evening, Cesar Master with law offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street. This is on second reading. You
Yes,
have
sir.
a recommendation. Oh. You already read it?
You read it into
I-
the record?
yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
did.
yeah.
There was a full presentation last time. You have a recommendation of approval from staff. You have a recommendation of approval from the P and Z board. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by I have a motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz, and I have a second by Councilman Zogby.
Mr. Calvo? He's not present at the moment. Ms. Casal Munoz?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Councilman Calvo, may we record your vote for item PZ2, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to PZ3.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance accepting all dedication of avenues, streets, roads, or other public ways, together with all existing and future planting of trees, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Property located at 631 East 40th Street, Hialeah, Florida.
Okay, do we have anyone to speak on this item considering it's on public hearing?
Good evening, Cesar Master with law offices at 8105 Northwest 155 Street, Miami Lakes, Florida. This is on second reading. This again was a recommendation of approval from staff, recommendation of approval from P and Z, unanimous vote of approval last time. This is a plat. The rezoning was already approved. One of the conditions was to replat it, and this is why we're here today.
Thank you, Mr.
Motion.
Mestre. I have a motion by Councilman Zogby and I have a second by Councilman Rodriguez.
Ms. Casal Munoz?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Moving on to PZ4.
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1 One Family District to R2 1 and 2 Family Residential District, granting a variance permit to allow the construction of a duplex on a substandard lot with a frontage of 60 feet and lot area of 6,000 square feet, where 75 feet and 7,500 square feet are required. Allow a 20-foot front setback where 25 feet are required. All contrary to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, sections 98-544 and 98-545. Property located at 830 East 16th Place, Hialeah, zoned R1 One Family District. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for severability clause and providing for an effective date.
So this item is on first reading. However, it was tabled back in December. Mr. Mestre?
Yes, good evening. Cesar Mestre with law offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida. I think you have to remove it from table first.
No, it's on. It's on for tonight's reading.
This item was before you when it was tabled due to some discussion that the council had. With me here is the property owner, Elias Martin, who was here that night. This is a single-family home located at 830 East 16th Place. It was built in 1949 and had a living area of 962 square feet. The ask today is a rezoning from R1 to R2, variance because it's a substandard lot, 60 by 100 instead of 75 by 100, and a small variance on the front setback. There is a work being done there now with a permit. There's an addition that's being done to the first floor, and there is an addition, a second floor that's being added to the property. I went back and I saw the video because I was not retained at that time to represent this person. And I noticed, and I agree with, one of the councilmen said, we are here, you guys are here to preserve single-family homes. And I couldn't agree with that more. That is your responsibility. That's what you're elected for, and that's what you're here to do. But I also think that when you simply look at a map that tells you this is a single R1 or this is an R2, that should not be the sole or the most important way to decide whether you're going to allow something or not. And I think this one is a perfect example. I was thinking of what could be fair. And in the law, we have presumptions sometimes and burdens of proof. So my argument to you is if you look at the map and it doesn't have any R2s right next door or even on the same block, then the burden should shift to the applicant to say, you know what, even though the map says this, this is what this character of this neighborhood is. This is what's going on in this neighborhood. And I am prepared to tell you that tonight, after our presentation, we know that you're going to agree with us that this is not a pristine, single-family neighborhood. This is the presentation. Take me to the next slide, please. Thank you. This is the house. It's the second house on East 16th Place, just east of 8th Avenue. Like I said, it was built back in 1949, and it was a living area of 962 square feet. If you look at the next slide, the properties immediately across the street, and one of the council last time asked, is there two-story houses in this neighborhood? And the answer is yes. This is located directly across the street. This was, I'm sure at one time, just like our house was at one time, a single-family home back in the 1949, a single-family home. Next slide. But as you can see, the two-story house, they've put stairs, metal stairs on the side to get up to the second floor. I would argue to you that that is not a single-family house. Next slide. This is the house next door to that. You see that one also has stairs on the side. Next slide. And it has 4 different entrances to the two-story house. So we have two-story houses directly across the street from the one that we're here before you on. Within the 500-foot radius, Deborah put in her recommendations, there are 2 other R2s. And I'm going to explain to you later on why that would be important in this. Next slide. This is the third house across the street. This is the third two-story house. In all candor, this one does seem to be a single-family home. Next slide. This is another one on the corner, another two-story house. So as you can see, a two-story house does go directly in the character of this neighborhood. Next slide. This is what the house the applicant has looked like before the permitted improvements were done. So now next slide. This is what the permitted improvements, and this is what's actually there. This picture was taken last week. And what he's asking for is to be able to have two families, one family live on the second floor, one family live on the first floor, and the entrance to the second floor is inside. It's not on the outside. As you can see, it was a very nice structure that's already done. And he's asking to be a multifamily home. Next slide. More houses. As you can see, this one is directly behind the house that we're here before you on, another two-story house. Next slide. When the mayor was talking today, he kept saying about housing and how there's a housing crisis. And I kept thinking about this presentation. And I've racked my brain all day trying to get you guys to get the point that I'm trying to make. And there is a housing crisis, and several reports say that one of the ways a city can combat that is by legalizing units. And in my research, I saw that this is something that's going on in the whole country. New York, San Francisco, Detroit, there's a bunch of cities that are having this issue. And one of the ways they say that this can be remedied is by legalizing accessory units or additional units that were illegally converted, which is the case here. The market is amazing. The market takes care of what's going on, even before the legislature does something or councils do something. And the market in this area has provided for a lot of illegal conversions. As you saw, the properties across the street, multiple doors, multiple stairs, and none of those have come before the council to get approval. My client's trying to do it the right way. To make matters worse, when I went to the property. When I look out the back window, this is what I see in the backyard, catty corner to their property. If you notice, there's an RV parked in the back. Next slide. There is no way for that RV to get out, be moved. There's not enough setback on the sides for it to get out. And I asked, how did this possibly get back there? And my client tells me, one of the neighbors took a video. They got a crane and they lifted the RV over the house and put it in the backyard. But this is the market saying we need additional units.
Wow.
So, next slide.
We need that address.
This is his electrical box.
Wow.
And what my client wants to do is his daughter's here, his son is not here, but the intent right now is for his son and his daughter to live in this property. He wants the R2 right now because he wants to have two different meters, so each one pays their own electricity. So as you can see, he's already gone forward with the 2 meters. He's hoping that you all will approve this tonight. Next slide. Remember I told you that there was 2 other properties that are R2, and it's within the 500-foot radius, which Deborah put in her recommendation report. This neighborhood is kind of particular. You can see it's like a big loop, and it has one entrance on 8th Avenue, and then it goes out to 9th Court, I believe. And you see the dark yellow. You already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 properties in there that are R2s. I didn't even bother going to the other properties to show you that there's other illegal living units. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying these people are doing something illegal, so therefore you should let us do it. What I'm telling you is the market's doing it. It's happening. We're trying to do it the right way. We're trying to do it the legal way. That way the city can control what's going on. That way the city knows what's going on, knows that there's no life safety issues. And also you're going to get the revenue that the city should be entitled to. These illegal units are using garbage services, police services, fire services, school services, and nobody is supposed to know that they're there. It's not the same when you have a house with 10 folks living in there as opposed to a single family of 3 or 4. So based on all of this, next slide. This is one of the houses down the street that the county says has 2 units. I know that that's not binding upon you, and I know that's just the county saying, hey, look, we know it's 2 units. We're going to tax you for 2 units. So all I'm saying is allow us to do it the right way. It's happening. It's good for the neighborhood. It goes perfectly well with the 2-story houses in their neighborhood. Actually, it's going to be the nicest house on the block. So if you have any questions, let me know. If not, I would ask you for an approval of this.
Through the chair.
Yes, you're recognized.
One quick question. This was tabled from December till today. We haven't taken it off the table.
No, it was put on for us to discuss today until January 24th.
So
Right.
it's tabled until today, so we have to take it off the table, don't we, in order for,
No.
we don't have to, they've already read it. into
Already
the
read it.
record.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought we had to take it off.
When we read it, it removed it from the table.
We read it into the record. That's it. It's active for January 24th. Do we have any discussion on the item?
I have one more little tidbit
Yes.
I forgot to say. The last slide, please.
Is read into record.
This is a petition that was signed by the neighbors. We have the owners of the properties on the sides and across the streets that signed this saying that they want this to be approved. In case there was any issue regarding the neighbors.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Caesar, it's a beautiful project. You know the way I stand about this. I have a really hard time changing zonification up front. We have the majority of the properties there that are not R2. The RV and everything else is a code issue, not a zonification issue. I mean, I have a hard time. You know, I'm very lenient to a lot of things, but I'm struggling with this. And I understand the investment you did. But when I bought my house, it was an R1. And the person beside me is an R1, and I originally bought an R1. I don't want an R2 beside me. And that, I think we need to respect that. I mean, that's my opinion. The council can vote the way they want to, but that's just gotta stand, you know.
And I've thought about that because I know that that's the way you've
And
said that
I've
your
been lenient,
stance.
and I've been lenient with the.
And I know that Councilman Tundido thinks the same way. And the only thing I can tell you is it's not one or the other. It doesn't have to be code enforcement or rezoning. It could be a combination. And we believe that that combination in this case is the best course for the neighbor.
I have a question. Any other council discussion before?
Through the chair.
Yes, you're
Just
recognized.
really briefly, because I don't remember this back in December. Can you give me some of the backstory? So how is it that the construction began and all that process, and then we're doing zoning sort of afterwards?
And also, Deborah, I'm sorry, when he finished with question.
Let him,
4,
let the question stand and then go ahead, Ms. Deutsch.
This was built as a single family home. What calls my attention that I haven't noticed that is that it has 2 meters. This shouldn't have been approved with 2 meters because a single family home has 1 meter. So the plans that were submitted.
Can
to
you lower the microphone?
The plans that were submitted to the building department and reviewed by the zoning department show 1 single family home with 1 entrance. Apparently, they were planning to do the R2. That's why they have the 2 meters. I don't know how the 2 meters got approved. And what now by rezoning this to R2, they will add a door to go to the 2nd floor in the interior of the house and a kitchen on upstairs. But it was built as a single family home.
So Ms. Deutsch, so the door, you have to be in their home, or is it like a hallway, a private?
No, there
No.
is You enter to the house, there is a door, the main door to the house, and then to the side, you have the stairs. So if they convert this into a duplex, they will build an interior partition and a door to go to the second floor. They will have like
Yeah.
an interior hallway to go to
Yeah.
one unit or to the other
Got it.
unit. But it was built as a single family home. If it remains as a single family home, well, we will have to talk with the building department to see why they allow 2 meters and to ask them to review the application and to ask them to leave only 1 meter.
So did
Doesn't make
the,
any sense to have a single.
but the
family home.
inspection passed with 2 meters? No. Haven't passed. Just for your name and address for the record. Yes.
Miguel Martin.
Yeah, right.
And my wife is here, Ida Martin, and my daughter, and the husband, well, my son.
Your address for the record?
830 East, 16th Place.
Thank you.
Yes.
So
Both
the,
of, both of our children are married, and they wanted to live there, but they don't want to share utilities. They want to, that keeping track, whatever they spend on electricity, water, sewer, whatever. And they want to expand our family there.
how many bedrooms is upstairs and downstairs?
3 bedrooms upstairs, with 2 bathrooms, 2 full bathrooms, and downstairs, 3 bedroom and 2 bathrooms.
And it originally was a 2-1?
Yes.
Wow. So you not only went up, but you also expanded
Yes. A little
back,
bit-
right?
A little bit in, behind, just to square the house
Mhm.
at the back. And in front, we work, to do something nice.
Mhm.
And as he mentioned, we put a stairs inside the property. So, you open the front door and you can connect the bottom unit or the second unit.
Are you an architect or do you work in this line of
I'm
business?
a building inspector and also a general contractor.
Oh, okay. Wonderful.
Through the
Okay.
chair.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
And also, if we do R2, we also inviting everybody else to do an R2 in the future, build apartments, and you're changing the whole demographics of this block. It's just my
Talking to
opinion.
the mic.
You guys heard me, what I said? So if you do R2, the neighbor can do R2 also. They can build another duplex and you can change the whole demographics of the whole neighborhood too. I
Mm,
mean, that's the challenge that I have with this. Because again, if I'm a property owner and I have an R1, I would want to be respected as an R1. I mean, that's just why I have the times that I've changed my opinion has been on the June, on heavy streets. But now we're talking about the interior of the city. I mean, if we have fire violations and all that stuff going on, I think that we should, do other situations with that. I mean, that's just my opinion. That's it. Zogby, you were gonna say something?
Oh, no, I wasn't, you're a building inspector where?
City of Hialeah. And it's a beautiful home. I get it. You're doing the right thing, but.
Just so it's clear, everything, all the additions that have been done with permits.
Oh,
Everything has
yeah,
been
yeah.
done right. The only thing was the double meter. And he, I guess, jumped the gun a little
Yeah.
bit because he had a recommendation of approval from Deborah. And he also had a recommendation of approval from P and Z board. So he figured that.
Yeah, you follow through.
Through the chair?
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. So if this is approved, a new set of plans would be submitted to add a kitchen to the second floor?
Yes. Yeah, Right
Yeah,
now, there's
yeah.
a wet bar, I believe, in the plans. So it would be converted into a kitchen. And I guess there would be a door added to the inside.
Wet bar,
Hallway.
convenient. Okay. All right.
But the big issue again is you have a map and you have something that says R1, but I think the facts, and if we look a little closer, it's really not. It's an illegal multifamily neighborhood where the city, for whatever reason, hasn't had control and we don't know what's going on there. If the neighborhood, even if it did change to R2, it would legalize all the illegal conversions that they've done, and it would give the city control
Yeah, but you
of
need
of these life safety issues. I mean, you saw the RV.
Through the chair, but.
Yes, sir.
Did I get that right? Through the chair? Okay. But we also have to protect the person that is doing the lawful situation and being the R1, having protecting his rights.
And if I remember correctly, I think you were the one that asked, how do the neighbors feel? And that's
Yeah,
where we
yeah, I
got,
did,
we
I
got the
did.
petition
Yeah.
signed by all the neighbors.
Since when I've been on the board, this is something we need to struggle as a city. I mean, there's areas that I'm for it, but this is in the middle of East Hialeah, excuse me, in the middle of a neighborhood. I mean, and that's the challenge. And Deborah,
I was thinking of, the house can remain as a single family home.
Mhm.
And he can request an extended family living quarters. So the second floor becomes an extended family living quarters. So the condition would be that the two related members of the family live there. And they will only have 1 meter. They will have to figure out among themselves how they split the utilities. But in that way, he can accomplish what he wants. His 2 kids living there. And you accomplish what you want of living that as a single family. So it's a single
Mitch-
family with 2 stories, and then it has an extended living quarter on the second floor.
And again, I don't know how the way the city was ran before. I mean, so many administrations, but we have to protect what's the original construction of it. Again, there's a lot of, that's crazy seeing that big old truck in back of the house, and it's crazy. And I walked that area and I know that area very familiar. But in my opinion, Caesar, we got to protect somehow the person who's doing the lawful things. I mean, that's just the way I'm at.
Are you done, Council? Ms. George, on the map that Mr. Mestre shared with us, the highlighted portions, those are all approved R2s, correct?
Yeah,
Which are
there-
within the
there-
circular neighborhood, right?
Yeah, there are some R2s that in the radius map that you see there are R2s that were
Right.
approved. And also I went through the property appraisal page, and it's true, there are many that are illegal, but you know that they are taxed. If there are 2 units, 3 units, they tax them for.
So
those
Councilman,
units. So
there
there-
are already 4
yeah,
R2s
yeah.
within the 500 radius.
Correct. But through the chair, but there's
So it's not that there isn't any.
80 more that lawful R1s. That's 1. 2 is, how old are these R2s? I mean, okay, so.
When were they approved? Like when,
No,
what?
So, I mean, we need to, my opinion, we need to fight for the integrity of the original plans in the area. Once we start changing these R2s.
No, I understand. I
So-
understand your message. I
Yeah,
understand. Yeah,
and Candido's not here, I get it, but that's the way I stand.
I know, but we can't say that there isn't any in the neighborhood because by the radius that we always guide by is the 500. If we would have said within the 500 that there isn't any, then that would be accurate.
Oh, there is-
So that's
there is-
that's the
there is-
difference that
there is a-
I,
Sorry.
and I'm on the same page as you, but we can't,
Okay,
you know,
so the
speak.
question is there a 500 radius or no?
The 500 radius, the only thing that the
Stay-
purpose of
stay
the
in the-
500 radius is for the notices. That's
Okay,
why we have
okay.
a 500,
So
yeah.
where-
There are 2 R2s, one granted in 2015 and another one granted in 2020. So they are not old R2.
Gotcha, okay. Well, board, the council, you know the way I stand with this.
Yeah,
Simple as that.
I understand.
You guys, I respect anybody's opinion.
Do we have any other council discussion? Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Do I have a
I'll
second?
second that motion. to
I have a
approve.
second by
It's a
Councilman
beautiful
Zogby.
house. Beautiful house.
Ms. Garcia Robes?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo?
No.
Ms. Casal Munoz? Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 14, 2023.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Okay, we're moving
Hey, you guys
on.
passed, man, right?
We're moving on to PZ 5.
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning properties from R1 One Family District to R33 Multiple Family District, granting a special use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-1630.8, to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district overlay, and granting a variance permit to allow only residential uses where a vertical mix of uses is required. Allow residential use on the ground floor where residential uses are allowed above the ground level. Allow front setback of 3 feet fronting East Sixth Avenue. 7.25 feet fronting East 26th Street and 8 feet fronting East 27th Street, where 10 feet built to line are required. Allow a 10-foot interior side setback where 15 feet are required. Allow 26.2% pervious area where 30% pervious area is the minimum required. And allow 56 parking spaces where 63 parking spaces are required. All contra to sections 98-1630.1, 98-1630.2, 98-1630.3, subsection E1, 98-590, 98-2056, subsection B1, and 98-2189, subsection 16A. Properties located at 585 East 26th Street, 591 East 26th Street, and 595 East 26th Street. Folio number 043108-001-2570 and 043108-001-2580. Hialeah zoned R1, one family district, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Arias.
Evening, council members. Alejandro Arias, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant. Joined today by project architect Manny Reyes. We're grateful for the opportunity to be before you this evening and excited to be bringing forward this much needed project. Next slide. The property encompasses approximately an acre of land located between East 26th Street and East 27th Street, just west of East 6th Avenue. It's within close proximity of the East 25th Street corridor, main corridor of the city with access to public transportation, and numerous major employment centers, including Hialeah Hospital, Leo Medical Centers, Conviva Care Center, and Hialeah Park. Between Hialeah Park and those uses, this has almost become a de facto medical district, if you will. Next slide. Currently, the property is totally underutilized as the majority of the parcels on the site are vacant or unimproved, with one parcel encompassing a small single-family home from the 1950s. Next slide, please. The applicant's vision is to redevelop this property as a multifamily development that will continue the transformation along East 25th Street in that corridor and provide quality housing within close proximity of major employment centers. In order to realize this, the applicant is requesting a rezoning of the property, special use permit to expand the neighborhood business district, been done in other properties in the vicinity, and certain minor non-use variances. If you recall, the land use of this property was recently redesignated in September of last year from low-density residential and major institutions to medium-density residential. Slide, please. With respect to the project before you tonight, the applicant is proposing to redevelop this site with a two-story, 28-unit project. Per the NBD regulations, 5 stories are permitted. However, the applicant, a major stakeholder in the area, has chosen to keep the project at 2 stories so as to prevent any intrusive heights on the abutting property owners. Next slide, please. In fact, this project may seem familiar to all of you up here as it was presented late last year, I believe October 26th. This council denied the item, not for any other reason, for the record, not density, parking, any of the elements, but really it was based on concerns regarding the buffering of dissimilar land use. More specifically, on the western perimeter, there is some single-family homes that abut this property. And as a result, the applicant and Manny, one of the most talented architects doing work within the city, went back to the drawing board to address that particular issue. As such, I'm proud to report to this council that we've heard you loud and clear. We've now incorporated a significant and lush landscape buffer along the western perimeter to ameliorate any negative impacts and provide adequate privacy and buffering to these neighbors. So it'll be a combination of viburnum hedges, green buttonwoods, and orange Geiger trees. So as well as being lush, it'll be beautiful as well. And we anticipate that it can get, well above the 20 feet of visibility. Next slide, please. In the next few slides, you'll see that the project will incorporate beautiful architecture, urban design elements, and high-end materials such as stonework. The finishes will also enhance the attractiveness and visual appeal of the surrounding neighborhood. And great effort has been taken to shield off-street parking from the street. So it'll be centered around this plaza concept where you don't really see that surface parking from the street area. Next slide. Slide, please. Ultimately, and as set forth in staff favorable recommendations, the project will serve to contribute to the city's economic prosperity and viability, and really represents a much-needed development that will serve resident needs for quality housing near major employment areas, particularly this corridor. As such, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval and are here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Arias. I didn't know you knew so much about plants. You were naming all of them. You knew.
I do have a green thumb.
I see that. Who knew? Do we have any council discussion on this
Through the chair.
item? Yes,
the
sir,
chair.
you're recognized.
Thank you. I need somebody to explain to me, it looks like a beautiful project. That's not the point. I need somebody to explain to me the legal aspect. I was under the impression that on October 25th, when this received a denial, that it couldn't be brought back for a year. Other than the landscape buffering, what made this legal to bring back? Exactly as the same project that was denied, other than some landscape, unless I'm missing something.
If I
Now,
may-
I'm not saying that, I'm not saying yay or nay. I just need to know
gonna-
from our legal,
I'll cite to
Madam
the
Attorney?
code provision. I'll have it readily accessible here. So Land Development Code, Section 1.4A. Decisions of the City Council. The zoning decisions of the City Council are considered final administrative orders, which are appealable by certiorari to the Circuit Court accordance with Florida Rules of Appellate Procedure. Renewed requests on applications for a change of zoning and zoning variances and use permits that require adoption of an ordinance may be prohibited for 1 year by procedure instituted by the Planning and Zoning Board. That has not been the case here, as the Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval on the first go around and approval at the second go around just 2 weeks ago. There are no other time limitations imposed by the Hialeah Code or Charter which would prevent a renewed request on matters presentable to the Planning and Zoning Board as final decision maker or to the City Council via the Planning and Zoning, which is the situation that we have today.
thank you. That wasn't what we understood. I understand, Alex, and I agree with what, I don't disagree with you. That was not what was explained to us on October 25th. We were under the impression that this was a very serious decision. And we understood the consequences of it, that it meant a year. What happened, Madam Attorney, is that, do you agree with that?
No,
Opinion?
I respectfully disagree with Mr. Arias. I think we are bound by the provision in our charter, and our charter says that this petition should not have been heard by the Planning and Zoning Board to the extent that it is the same petition. So I don't see the landscaping making this petition any different, but that would be a determination by this council. I think if the planning director or the applicant can compare both the application that was denied in October 26th and the application that is before you today with respect to the petitions, right? I understand you're asking to rezone. Is that petition different? You're asking to request the expansion of the NBD. Is that different? Are any of the variances different such that this is a different petition heard by the board? Our charter says that if the council denies a petition based on a recommendation of denial of the Planning and Zoning Board, the board by its own procedure may not rehear the petition for a year.
There are 2 new variances that are new in the sense that they have changed because our landscape components went up. So those percentages, as were requested at the first go around, which was denied, have changed. So those particular requests, those variance requests are different. They are new petitions that are different from the notice and advertisement that was presented at the first go around. So those are 2 brand new, because they are new numbers, new facts, new plans that were provided, elements that are encompassed in this particular.
Through the chair, am I
Yes, sir.
wrong? I'm looking at inches that may have been changed on some of these setbacks. Is that what you're talking about? The changes on the setbacks, inches,
And the percentage
7.25
of
feet?
pervious
or-
area that we are requesting,
Mhm.
correct?
I don't see a lot of the variances except for like inches here. I don't know.
The code provision is clear in that it is a separate, whether it's inches,
Oh,
whether it's
okay.
percentages.
All right.
What we're discussing here is, we listened to you loud and clear. The issue, as was presented that day, was the landscape buffer. We went back
I don't remember that.
and we created an updated landscape buffer.
So through the chair, and Mr. Arias, you're highly respectable here in front of
Yes,
me.
you're recognized. Go ahead.
I remember this project. May have been an opinion of a comment of a councilman, but I myself had also concerns about changing the R1 zonification of the area. And I do remember that.
So the
I don't-
difference, Councilman, with, for example, the item that came before you and this one in particular was, that one had a low density residential zoning. This one already got the change approved by this council for medium density. So
No,
that in itself is not the R1 residential land use. You would now be incompatible.
So to rebuttal that, I'm completely understandable that. What I understand, this is totally different. You got the hospital. I have a different opinion about this right here. Remember, I said those were interior of the city, is a little bit different. But I remember saying my concern was on R1 thing. And as somebody else mentioned, that's all the facts that I'm saying about that.
Yeah, okay. Anyone else have anything to add on the item? Madam Attorney, do you have
There is
any?
something I want to add on the record, and there is only one distinction and correction I have to make, is that the application did not come before this board on a recommendation of denial by the Planning and Zoning Board. You had a recommendation of approval by the Planning and Zoning Board. And so that's not what the charter provides. What the charter says is that if the council denies a petition that was denied by the Planning and Zoning Board, then the same petition cannot come before this body actually, the same petition could not have been brought before the Planning and Zoning Board.
So does,
within a year.
through the chair.
So it needs to be, just really quick, so it needs to be denied both by planning board, by the Planning and Zoning Board, and by the council, and then we wait a year.
That's what the charter says. Let me read the provision of the charter again.
Yeah.
If the city council denies a petition based on a recommendation of denial from the Planning and Zoning Board, the Planning and Zoning Board, by its own procedure, may not rehear the same petition for 1 year.
Gotcha.
The second sub D paragraph within the relevant charter provision says, if the council approves or denies a petition, there's no reconsideration of its decision after the adjournment of the meeting in which the decision is made.
So if the council denies an applicant, they could resubmit at any point without making any changes to the application?
I don't think that you have a prohibition against that, not as, if it was based on a recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board. So I believe that the idea in the charter is to foreclose the same petition when it comes before the Planning and Zoning Board. It has a recommendation of denial by the Planning and Zoning Board. It comes before this council to be heard, to reconsider the petition. You know, we go over the override of the Planning and Zoning Board denial, and then we have 2 more hearings to consider the petition. But if it doesn't meet the override, right, it fails by a vote, or this council basically upholds the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board and denies the petition, then that same petition could not be heard by the Planning and Zoning Board within a year.
So,
So you had a question before.
yeah, and that's
So
it.
go ahead.
It's factually distinct.
Did that answer your question?
No, what's gonna answer okay. So, by the way, I'm with Zogby Beautiful Project. I have a different, all that good stuff, but we forget to vote. But I remember the day that Zogby asked, is this it finito? I mean, he was persistent on that. I remember that. And they said, absolutely cannot come back for 1 year. I remember that.
Well, that may have been a mistake if
Zogby, am I
if
correct
I
about
did
that?
not consider
That's
that
what
the
we all
Planning and
understood, but-
Zoning
Yeah.
Board
And
denied the
Granted,
petition.
granted.
And Lorena, it's
duly
not
noted.
about this, just so we can understand.
I'm
you
not
know.
changing the facts,
Yeah,
right? The facts
gotcha.
are the Planning and Zoning Board recommended the petition, then this council denied.
Yeah. So the next time we deny something, we just gotta ask, okay, is it locked, put in the lock and key
No,
or
it's
something?
not.
No,
so-
It's not.
you have a decision
However,
today. Your
the
decision
council,
doesn't have to
but the
change
council does
today,
have the right
right?
to say, well, if the applicant is bringing it back without X, Y, and Z changes, then it's basically the same application.
Through the chair.
So, yes, sir, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry. Were you done? I didn't mean to.
No, no,
Oh,
go ahead.
Alex, I want you to know that it was very confusing to us. Because, and this is not a yay or a nay. It's very confusing to us because yes, that is exactly what we understood that day. And it's very surprising that it came us and we
Right.
just needed to know. I needed to know, and I guess everybody else, of what changed, what was the misunderstanding back then?
Mhm.
So we can legally vote on it again today, is what you're saying.
A motion.
Do we have any other council discussion? Yes, you're recognized.
The application that came before, did we have just 2 stories as well?
Correct. So the modification that's been made was in listening to that dialogue that night on October 20th, where there was concerns about changing the use. And that's why I really tried to hammer home the fact that this is within that employment center along East 25th. You have the redevelopment of Hialeah Park. So you have things going on. The real crux of that conversation from what I believe from the minutes that I read was the privacy element, the single family. And that's really where we focused our attention. You have a brand new landscape plan. You have a change in the pervious area and the total foliage that's being provided. So that is a modification from the last time, but that's really what we wanted to hammer home. It was originally 2 stories when we can go to 4 or 5 under the MBD, but we wanted to keep it at 2 because we wanted the privacy, we wanted to buffer. And then on top of that, we're providing now this lush landscaped buffer along that perimeter of the street.
And, how many units are gonna be there?
28.
And how many, businesses? How many?
It's going to be strictly multifamily.
Oh, it's not gonna be mixed use?
No, they won't have any kind of commercial on the ground.
Because didn't you have a 3rd floor prior? No? Maybe that's why.
Traditionally, you see 3 stories in the MBD. That's usually what people provide.
That's
This one has
why.
always been 2 stories.
Always been 2. No?
I'm sorry. And the parkings are sufficient?
This is you have 12 on-street parkings. We have a minor variance where I believe that 63 are required. We're providing 56, but that's plus, 12 on-street parking. That's 2 spaces per unit.
That was a motion already.
He motioned, I'll second. So I have a motion by
I'll
Councilman
motion.
Rodriguez and I have a second by Council Vice President Garcia Robes.
Motion to approve?
Is it a motion to approve, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion to approve by Councilman Rodriguez. And I have a second by Garcia Robes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casa Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 14th, 2023.
We'll see you on Valentine's Day.
Thank you, yes. Item LU1.
It's tabled, ma'am. I postponed until the next meeting. Recommendation of denial by the Planning and Zoning Board amending the future land use map from low-density residential to residential office. Property located at 320 Northeast 8th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This application was read January 10th and we tabled it because at that meeting, we did not have a full council. And the applicant wanted a full council present. However, tonight, we do not have a full council. So I don't know if the applicant would like the item to be tabled considering that again, we're not.
Thank you, Madam President. I will prefer to move forward with the application.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Frank De La Paz, 9361 Bird Road, Hialeah, Florida. What we have is, as stated before, is a land use amendment. This land use amendment is the only land use that is totally different from the rest of the land use that you can see. Because
is going from R1 to RO. And it is the only land use that requires certain elements that are not required on the rest of the land uses that you can typically see. In the rest of the land uses, you're not required to submit a site plan or any kind of concept of what it is that you're gonna land use to. You're gonna go from R1 to R2, or from C1 to C3, or from whatever to industrial. And then when you come back with zoning, that's when you present everything that you need to show as to how the property is going to end up getting developed. That's the way it used to be with residential offices, but somehow along the line, a few years back, there was a prior council that decided that they wanted to see a land use amendment on the RO. There was not a land use amendment for RO. It was a straight zoning from R1 to RO with a definite site plan. That was changed. Now you have a land use with a not definite site plan per se. And then you have the rezoning afterwards with a definite site plan. Why was it done? I don't want to speculate. Probably has something to do with economics. On the analysis that was submitted by the department, there are several things that I don't agree with. First and foremost, the reason to have a residential office is to create a buffer between a major highway that is impacting residential neighborhoods. The most minimal way that you can create that buffer, and that is with a residential office. That's the most minimum buffer that you can create between a single-family residence neighborhood and a major thoroughfare. Certainly, the experiment, when it was started, most of it was in Lejeune Road. No, most of it was on 49th Street. When the ordinance was passed, and it still is, it has some peculiar requirements that nobody ever met. The lot has to be 75 by 100 deep. And in order for you to have your parking at the rear, you always had to ask for variances, because if not, on the setback of 7 feet, you cannot drive a vehicle to the rear. Then as we grew older, we ended up having to have, and I did grow old, Mr. Sugby, we had to add ADA handicap parkings, and definitely that could not be accomplished without putting them in the front of the property. And then things start changing because of the commercialization of those major thoroughfares. The fact of the matter that residential office have been changed to something that was not the initial intent of the user in the code should not be a detriment to the applicant that wants to use it as a true residential office as it was intended. Small insurance agency facing a major thoroughfare is not to have a medical office. The zoning department asked us to proffer that we would not have no intention of making it medical, and we did proffer. We proffered that we were going to have more landscaping, and we're going to have 5 parking spaces, which is what is required by the square footage of what the house is going to be, not what is being on the recommendation, because it doesn't have the exactly the square footage that it will be required. We don't need 8 parking spaces. We can satisfy it with 5. Now, it is difficult to say, well, Frank, you want to create a buffer? Yes. It's Lejeune Road. There's not much that you can do. We want to preserve single family, definitely. But the reality is that Lejeune is changing. The reality is that this lot and the whole subdivision is not 75 by 100. It's wider facing Lejeune. So yes, the zoning department says, well, the car dealership to the north is under maintenance, or whatever the word that it was, under maintained, and that the residential office to the south across the street is under maintained. I should not be penalized because somebody's not going out there and enforcing the law in those uses that are in the neighborhood. Somebody should take a drive down 49th Street and they're gonna see every single residential office with illegal signs that were not part of the original ordinance. They're under maintained and nobody's doing anything about it, but that should not kill the messenger. That should not say we're not gonna longer allow residential offices. What would be the alternative for the 1940 some house on a major thoroughfare that everybody else in the neighborhood is a rental? Well, to convert it into a rental, the economics don't work. You have seen that previously tonight. For me to go to a B1 so I can redevelop into a nice residential office building, that's not the intent, to have a nice residential office, because that will be a bigger impact on the neighbors. That's why residential offices are supposed to keep the character of a house, of a single family house. The fact they're being permitted to be turned into monstrosities do not be against us. The character of the application is to have a nice little residential house where a husband and wife are going to work on their insurance business and they're going to receive X number of visitors per day. Is the least intense that you can do, and is the least intense that you can do to redevelop. Everybody wants to redevelop Lejeune Road. Everybody wants to have bigger and nicer projects like the one that was approved down south not long ago that I was involved. And we had to buy properties to the rear to expand the footprint and all of that. But that doesn't mean that that can happen throughout the rest of Lejeune Road, nor throughout the city. Unfortunately, if you look, there is not a major thoroughfare in Hialeah that can be redeveloped deep, because every major thoroughfare in Hialeah, you have the frontage property, and what you have to the back is residential on the back. Very few parcels on Palm Spring Mall go deep enough to the other street. And that is something that should be considered eventually by this body whenever it is somebody's going to redevelop all those major thoroughfares. Because certainly on 49th Street, you got big, nice lots. You have to demolish. You have to build toward the street because you cannot go to the house in the back. A single family house in Ulila is a different neighborhood. That's a problem that we all have that should have been addressed long time ago when we did the land use and zoning, instead of just doing it for the frontage lot, do it like the overlay that was done recently on Burr Road and certain others, where they go deeper so you can have a big enough footprint to make something that makes sense without so many constraints. I do believe that we meet the requirements to do a land use change, which is going from R1 to RO, and a site plan set on stone will be submitted at the time of rezoning. I will be glad to answer any questions that anybody will have.
Thank you, Mr. De Paz. Do we have any council discussion on the item?
Motion.
I have a motion by Councilman Zogby.
Convinced me.
Your motion to
To
approve?
To approve the
Motion to
land
approve.
use change.
I have a
I'm
second by,
sorry, I should have specified that yes to approve.
and
Yes,
now we have a
you're right.
second by Councilwoman Casals Munoz.
Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz, Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The denial of the Planning and Zoning Board is overturned and first reading is scheduled for February 14, 2023.
I hate to come on February 14. I will be here though. Thank you very much. All in pink. Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, you too.